Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates. My name is Alessia Santeramo, Women FIDE Master from Italy, and my co-host today is again the amazing Women International Master, Anna Maya Kazarian. Anna
Thank you
Maya,
so much. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask you, we have a long day ahead, and we are at Pool B. Tie breaks is a very exciting day because we will have answer today. And are you excited about this?
Yes, thank you so much, Alessia. Welcome, everyone. We have the tie breaks today, and I am super excited for today. We have Katerina Lagno facing Tan Xiongyi. They played a very exciting match. They had 4 draws, but those draws don't define the match whatsoever because the match was really exciting throughout. Both players were putting some pressure, and I am really looking forward to see who is going to advance in the next stage because today will be decided who will advance and who will be eliminated from this event.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the remaining field. As we can see, there is in Pool A, the already winner is Leighton J that won already Pool A last month. And now about Pool B, just one among these 4 ladies can remain. We know already that Alexandra Kostenyuk has been eliminated from Alexandra Garyachkina with an incredible performance in the classical chess 4 games she won with a decisive score. So 1 player eliminated and 1 will be eliminated today between Katerina Lagno and Tan Xiongyi. Who do you think will go ahead and face Alexandra Garyachkina in the semifinals, Anamaya?
Oh, that's a tough one. I feel like both players are, I mean, they're obviously really strong players, but it's hard to pick a huge favorite here. But I would pick Katerina Lagno as a slight favorite here because she's a very experienced speed chess player. She's a current women's speed chess champion on Chesscom, and she has a lot of experience playing in the shorter time controls. Tang Xiongyi, I'm actually not 100% sure how much experience she has. But for me, Katerina Lagno sticks out in the speed chess time control. So I'm really looking forward to see how the match will develop. So let's have a look at how the bracket currently looks like. Because yesterday we saw that Alexandra Garyachkina advanced to the semifinals, and today the opponent will be decided. So yeah, what do you think, Alessia? What do you think? Who will be the opponent? What do you think yourself? Who's going to be the opponent of Alexandra Garyachkina?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and I totally agree with you. We know that we've seen Katerina Lagno in the main speed chess championship. She has done so well, and she also won the latest. So we know she has experience. She can be very fast. Also, in classical chess, she has this tendency to go in time scrabble, to invest really a lot of time in critical moments. So I feel like she's the experienced player. She is used to this fast time control, and so I feel like she's the favorite. But we saw that Tan Xiongyi during this classical event managed to hold the position that looked like impossible to hold. She had an pawn endgame with a pawn down, and at one point, it looked very hard to defend. But when the time was short and when the chances were fewer for her, she always kept fighting. And this is what you need for today: stamina, fight, and always to keep your attention very, very high. Because, every second is important. If you do a blunder, if any small mistake can make the difference.
Absolutely. Now let's have a look at the format of the tiebreak because we have had a lot of classical games so far, but today is a tiebreak, and tiebreak means shorter time controls. We'll have a 4-game match of 15 plus 10 seconds increment, 15 minutes that is. And if it's still tied, so if the score is 2-2, we'll have 2 games of 5 plus 3. And if that's still tied, Alessia, it will go on until there's a winner in 3 plus 2. How do you feel about this format?
Well, I think it's exciting. It gives the player the chance to really play their tiebreak without too much stress because 4 game is long. But at one point we need a winner. And now we see the live camera here from Uzbekistan, Khiva. The 2 players are on the board. I noticed something unconventional. For the first time, Tan Shangyi was the first one to reach the board, or maybe Katerina Lagno was just stepping up for taking some water.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
But it's really interesting to see that there's only one table, because obviously since we had two matches, there were two tables on the in the venue, but there's only one table, and it actually makes sense because from tomorrow onwards we'll only have one match anyway, so it feels a little bit empty this way.
Well, indeed, but it feels like maybe even more pressure because they know that all the attention, all the cameras are on them. If something happens, we will see that.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
so that's pretty like easy for us to follow what is going on. And I'm very curious to to see how the player will approach this completely different format, because from classical to rapid, it's a completely different story. We see Katerina Lagno starting today with the black pieces. She has played the two games with the same colors, went both with d4, d5, and some orthodox setup. In one game, we had the pure orthodox, in one, we had the Vienna. So when black takes the pawn on c4, in a very early stage. The question is, what will happen today? I feel like Katerina Lagno has lots of experience with all the setup with G65, so all the Grunfeld. So, what do you think? Will she change? Will she stick to the plan with E65? What will happen today?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we've seen that Katerina Lagno had some really great preparation throughout the tournament so far. So I'm really curious to see if she will deviate or if she will stick to the same openings. What I've noticed that the players tend to change the openings slightly. So I'm also expecting there are different openings that will be played in the rapid. I mean, preparation for classical and faster time controls is so different. So I'm really curious to see what is going to happen. I believe earlier there was a first move made, which was a move e4, I think, but it happened so long ago, and it's surprising to see that it happened so early. But here we see the first moves on the board, d4, d5.
And one more time, we have e6, knight on f3, and knight on
Yes.
f6. And
Yeah,
so
we have
here
the
we
moves.
might have the Vienna. Yes, she took on
Ooh.
okay, this is a lot spicy. So already white is going with the line queen a4, which is a side line. Usually here, white is playing bishop g5. This is the very typical way to keep playing, or e4, something like this, or e3. Those are the three possibilities. E3 for queen a4. Queen a4 is a sideline, meaning that Tan Shangyi has prepared this and she wants to go for something that might surprise Katerina Lagno, even if she doesn't look surprised at all. She went knight c6 immediately, and she slightly blinked for 1 second and then went on with knight c6. Now the idea of queen a4 is, of course, giving a check and try to capture the pawn back on c4 that white lost for a second. White can always go on with move like e4, trying to control the center. But something that you need to keep an eye on is the pawn on d4, because now what is this move? Knight c6 doing? Attacking the pawn on d4. So what do you think will be white next move here?
Yeah, I think it would make sense to take the pawn on c4. You can also consider playing e3 to protect the pawn on d4. Currently, it's not really hanging given the fact that this knight on c6 is pinned. So maybe you can first put your bishop out, develop it to g5. Then you can play g3, and then maybe you can capture on c4. But you have to be careful that a6, b5 can be a possibility for black to develop, and that might be a little bit annoying to deal with. So black plays bishop d7 first, keeping the threat of knight takes d4 actually, and now the queen has to move. So queen takes d4. This makes a lot of sense, and this is actually very almost pretty similar to what was played in the classical game, although on the earlier e4 was played rather than queen a4 check. So this looks quite similar to what they played, but okay, a little bit different and very spicy.
Yeah, indeed. What we just saw is basically that black won a pawn for a few moves, and then white had to use some tempo with the queen. This queen already moved twice. Queen a4, queen takes c4, and Black used this tempo to develop the queen side, which is always a problem in this Catalan structure. Now, it's not really a Catalan because we don't have g3, bishop g2, but in this structure with the queen's gambit accepted, Vienna variation, and white will play at one point the move e4 and have a very strong center, or the move e3 playing a bit more solid. So white will have more control over the center, but white will have to lose lots of tempo with that queen on c4 because that queen is one more time exposed. So as you mentioned, moves like a6, b5 could happen. Knight a4 is also a move that could happen at some point. So that queen on c4 is not perfectly placed. We say as a general advice, don't move your queen too early. And that's why, because your opponent can attack it and force you to move your queen one more time while developing pieces. Now here we see some more moves. Bishops are going out. Bishop d6, bishop g5, pinning the knight. It seems now e4, e5 could be a serious threat, like, right?
Yep, that is a very typical idea, especially now e4 seems really appealing. However, you have to keep in mind that e5 can possibly be played, and if you push your pawns forward, not only are you not able to take them back, and they don't go backwards, but you might also be weakening one of your pawns over here. So you have to play your pawns carefully. We see h6 being played first, kicking out the bishop to h4. Now there are some lines where you play g5 to follow it up, but those are really concrete lines. And in this situation, I would say that if you play g5, I have a hard time seeing where the king will end up. And the best place might be to just stay in the center. And I think Katerina Lagno will not be going for this line because, well, currently it doesn't look so great. You have to try to play very solid for the time being.
Yeah, indeed. It's very important to keep solid and to just try to develop as fast as possible. Black will go short castle, or white will try to play e3, 4 and develop the bishop, and then castle also on the short, on the king side. So this will happen. Anamaya, I just saw something. There were predictions in chat, and who will advance, Tan or Katerina Lagno? And guess what? There is a huge difference, 61% to 39% for Katerina Lagno. So it seems
Okay.
like our people believe, our viewers also believe in Katerina Lagno. I think she's the clear favorite, so I think this prediction makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Katerina Lagno is very experienced in the short time controls, and yeah, we'll have to see how Tan will play here. But for the time being, Alessia, I'm seeing that Tan has barely spent her time. She has more time than what she started with, whereas Katerina Lagno is down to 12 minutes. It's not a life-changing difference yet. She still has sufficient time to play this position, but the difference is concerning.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it's not like a novelty that we see Katerina Lagno having spent more time than the opponent. It's something that we will see during this tie break, so it's not something that surprised me. But I think that the more the position will advance, and the more the time situation will be important. So Katerina Lagno still needs to make sure that she doesn't have too few time, because she's very experienced, but in time trouble and time scrabble, everyone can make a blunder. So it's really important to always keep the time that gives you the possibility to still make moves without too much pressure. Because again, we are playing for really lots of money. All these games are important games. This is a 10,000 euro match, basically. Who advance wins 10,000 euro more. So it's like there is some kind of pressure on the players, I guess.
Yeah, the price fund is huge, which is really amazing to see. And the stakes are really high in this match, absolutely. And it's crazy that after 4 classical games, we got all the way to the tie breaks, and now we're in the rapid stage. So, yeah, super exciting overall. Now we see e4 on the board, which is a very logical move. And obviously the threat is e5, forking the bishop and the knight. So one of the ways to deal with this is to push e5 yourself, simply to block the square. And it seems like a reasonable move right now. The only thing I'm concerned of is that after d5, you have to find space for the knight, and it may look a little bit awkward. Another idea could be bishop e7, simply to bring the bishop back and defend the knight. But I'm not a huge fan of this because recently Katerina Lagno played bishop d7, bishop d6, I mean, and to go back bishop e7, it feels unnatural. What do you think, Alessia?
I totally agree with you. I was trying to see if there were other moves because e5 comes with the problem of d5, and then where is the knight going? If the knight goes on e7, then the knight on f6 would be not protected by the queen anymore, meaning that bishop can take, and then your pawn structure will be destroyed on the king side. Is that a big problem? I'm not sure, because the knight could always go on g6, covering the king, so this could be something that could be played. But it's not 100% convincing me. So that's okay, e5. So probably this is the reason why the knight. And did the knight go on e7 or on b8 is also another possibility.
Right, you can go to b8. You can also try to go to a5. I am not sure if you can survive there for a long time. It looks very dangerous, but if you look at it closely, I mean, knight a5, the queen has to move. Maybe you're just in time to save the knight and play a move like b6, knight b7, knight c5, and then you have a better spot for the knight. Or maybe you can even get to the square d6 via a5, b7, and go there to d6. But it's always with these type of positions that black struggles to find nice squares for their pieces, because there's very little space, and if you get to a certain square, you might be vulnerable to attacks, or it's simply a wrong square to be in. So yeah, it's always difficult to play with the black pieces in those lines.
Yeah, indeed. White has many options. Instead, black already needs to take an important decision. If the knight goes on b8, might be like, okay, I set it up, I go back, and but then you need to move the bishop away. So
Yeah.
bishop g5 maybe. I mean, bishop c8, yeah, would be very generous. Let's put it that way. So maybe bishop g4, but he's not convincing me. So I feel like we might see either knight a5 with the idea of b6, and then maybe knight b7, knight c5. But the knight on c5 can easily be challenged by the move b4. So I'm not totally sure. I feel like we might see really knight e7, giving white the possibility of taking on f6. And after g take f6, the king is slightly weak, but is very hard to exploit due to the block center. Look at this pawn structure with e4, e5. Okay, surprise, knight a5, and queen goes back to d3. So now the question is, how will Katerina Lagno try to reactivate the knight? I see already one more idea, knight b3 and knight c5 that comes with tempo.
Yeah, I really like that move. I mean, not only are you attacking the rook, but you're also creating a nice square for yourself to go to c5. But you're not even in a rush to go to c5 just yet. You can stay on b3, and maybe you have the idea to play a5, a4 to strengthen the position of the knight, and this knight can be really annoying. However, you do have to keep in mind that it doesn't white can basically develop pretty easily here, and it's hard to see where black's play really is. I mean, you cannot even play c6, because after c6, d takes c6, those bishops are super vulnerable in the d file, and all black can get is this pawn to a4, and what's next? Because I'm seeing some dangerous ideas on the king side for white.
Yeah, indeed. Black needs to be careful there. So c6, I'm not sure c6 needs to be played sooner or later. But Anna Maya, I can't stop myself to notice. Look at the time situation. Tan Shangyi has 15 minutes on the clock, and the starting time was 15 minutes, meaning that she just played on increment, and we are already at move 14. When you couldn't be here, and I was coasting with Tatev, she said that she has played against Tan Shangyi, and she is well known to be ultra fast. But I didn't expect this. This is really incredible. And we are again, move 15. Again, is black to move. And black is down to 7 minutes, meaning that is like double of the time what Tan Shangyi has right now on the clock.
How is this possible? I mean, being fast is one thing, but she is playing. It's like she's pre-moving in real life. I've never seen anything like this. She still has 15 minutes on the clock. We're on move 15. is this like some genius prep or what are we looking at? Because this is absolutely out of this world. And if she can keep on having this time advantage, she'll have such a comfortable position throughout the match because time will matter so much. If you're down to 1 minute on the clock, so many problems arise for that sole reason of being down to 1 minute. And if she keeps on having 15 minutes, she can spend the time whenever she needs to. So this is really a really useful skill, and I'm taking notes from Tan. I need that.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's very important with the preparation she did. She chose a sideline, but she was very, very well prepared. So she knew how to keep going, how to develop the pieces in a very easy way. And she didn't do anything like, oh my god, incredible. No, she went for the center, she developed all her pieces, bishop e2, castle, and everything seemed super logical. She didn't go for very sharp lines where she had to remember, and maybe some moves could have made a difference. But she went for something solid, easy, that probably black with a precise play can equalize, but with this time difference, you have already an advantage. I remember one grandmaster saying me that 20 minutes more on the clock is like one extra pawn, which is like maybe a bit extreme. It's not always like this, but is an important consideration that the time is important. Time matters.
Absolutely. And currently we see a4 indeed being played. And yeah, what is next for both sides? So for white, I would say, I mean, personally, what I would consider here is simply starting attack on the king side. And that is for the simple reason that this knight on f6 is pinned. And it feels like this whole king side of black is simply stuck. The only thing you need to worry about is the move g5, because as you advance on the king side, g5 will always be there, and you have to calculate if your opponent is able to play g5 or if you can maybe sacrifice on g5. If they are not able to play g5, then your plan of g5 will hit quite hard on black's camp, and yeah, the attack can begin on the king side. And okay, we have a beginning right there.
I see that you got influenced by chat in the last few days, so you go for crazy ideas like g4, g5. Honestly, I'm not totally sure I would go for that, but is definitely a possibility. G4, G5, boom. Maybe with some preparation like king h2, and I don't know. Maybe it can just be a thing because the center is blocked, and mostly when you strike on one side of the board, you can do it if the central is blocked. Black would then try to open up the center, so a move like c6 is something that we could expect. But going back to what we saw the previous day, the pawn structure, e4, d5, actually indicates that white has more space on the queen side. So one more plan could be really to go towards this side. And this knight e2 is a bit doing that. The knight is going towards c4, where it would attack the rook and the bishop on d6 at the same time. Also, the knight on d2 is challenging the knight on b3, which is a very annoying piece right now. And how is black dealing with this? Because you don't really want to let white take on b3, because then the pawn on b3 might be really, really weak. And so what do? Do you take on d2?
Yeah, I was going to say knight takes d2 makes sense, but knight e4 is really interesting too, and it's played... Oh, what? Okay, I'm not sure what happened, but we lost the moves, Alicia.
No worries, we will get back. I think that the knight in the center went for something... went for a challenge, you know? That knight is super strong and cannot be attacked right now. It's also protected by the pawn. Every time you do something like this, it's a bit risky because you need to make sure that the knight either has a way to come back if it's attacked, or it has a way to... Okay, we have some development here. What?
Yeah, we missed a few moves. Let's have a look. So where we left off, so knight c4 was indeed played, rook c5, b3. Okay, that's a rather surprising move. Knight c6, f4, and a takes b3. So
and Amaya, can we really shortly see what happens after d takes c6? I mean, knight c6, can the pawn capture the knight?
Oh, there was a mistake.
There was a mistake.
A relay mistake. Sense. Yeah, the relay board is having some issues today. The players are playing too fast.
Maybe Maybe instead of milk today I had vodka and I saw hanging pieces that were not really hanging. I was really surprised. Okay, good. There was no piece hanging on c6, but f4. And this is what I was trying to say, no? That you need to make sure that your knight at the center of the board either has a way to come back or a solid defense. And f4 is challenging the solid defense of the knight on d4. And one more time, the pressure is on black to find a solution to the problem.
Yeah, what do you do against this? I mean, white is simply putting pressure on the king side. Black has a lot of space and a lot of play on the queen side, but for how long? I'm guessing that one of the moves you have to consider here with the black pieces is at least play the move b5, attack this knight on c4, but will you be able to? Because f6, e5 is a direct threat, and you have to calculate this precisely. The bishop got captured on e2. Let's see what's going on.
This makes sense. This means that black took the bishop, which right now is considered a bad bishop for the white side, because look at the pawns are blocked on the light square, e4, d5. So the bishop on e2 is the bad bishop. But with the center that can be open at any moment, this is not 100% clear. So I'm not surprised if in the next moves we will see like f5. Just blocking everything, white will keep going, playing with all the good pieces. Bishop f2, the two knights are very strong on the queen side. Knight c4, knight c3. So yeah, okay. I'm not surprised about this move because it's blocking f5. You want to open the center since you have the bishop here. And now you need to just look for some e5 forks, just to make sure that everything works. Actually, what happens after e5?
I'm guessing rook e8, and you pin this pawn on e5.
Okay, actually, let's go back.
It seems like e takes f4 hasn't actually been played on the board. The relay has some issues currently,
I think
but
the arbiter was analyzing what happens.
Okay, it has now been played. E takes f4.
Somebody has magic power, I think.
Yeah, over our board. It's out of our control. But yeah, e takes f4 has been played. And indeed, after e5, it seems really appealing to play this, but you have to be careful of the move rook e8. It's pinning this pawn on e5, and you're basically able to capture the queen if the pawn captures one of the pieces on d6 or f6. And it seems like black will be able to improve their position. So e5 is maybe a little bit too early. So let's see what Tan decides to do here.
Yeah, indeed. It's insane that it's really insane that right now the time situation is getting a bit more balanced. I see from the live feed that actually Katerina Lagno has 4 minutes on the clock, and so this means that Danshangi is using part of her time, but she's doing it in a very smart moment. This is a super critical moment. Probably she's a bit surprised by this move because she thought e5 is like winning a piece, but rook e8, your move is like so strong. And then white needs to find a way. Maybe rook d e1 could be a way to keep going because you protect the pawn, so the pin just remains. So you need to find one reply to that. And one way could be to go with the move g5 maybe at some point. You are attacking the bishop, protecting the pawn on f4. But again, I'm very worried about the fork on e5 because if black doesn't find a solution, this might result in a piece sacrifice. Okay, bishop take f6, not what I expected.
I guess it makes sense because after queen takes f6, then the move e5 seems very appealing once again. However, again, you have the move rook e8 that you need to keep an eye on. Actually, that doesn't work tactically, but yeah, I really like this move. Bishop takes f6 because now e5 becomes even more stronger. And after g takes f6, I mean, the pawn structure, you cannot have a good pawn structure if you have 3 doubled pawns, triple pawns, basically.
Yeah, indeed. It seems a bit too weak, but maybe it's what black needs to play here. And then there is like some possibility of, maybe the problem is that you cannot go with your queen on h5 because the knight on c4 needs protection right now. But for sure you can prepare something. And I think that, yes, knight take d6 is a strange move because you are exchanging now the bishop that is the most passive, but this allows the queen to go immediately to h5, where the queen is attacking the pawn on h6, and maybe rook take f4. This move also very good. And let's see the queen capture. Now, yes, the queen on h5. This queen there looks super, super scary. Imagine if this game ends up in a perpetual.
Yeah, I would definitely continue attacking here with the white pieces. I mean, this bishop on d7 is not a great piece and not a great defender. If this bishop would have been, for example, on g7, it would have been a complete different story. I mean, it wouldn't have made a huge difference because Black's position would still be worse, but this bishop is not able to help Black so much. This knight will be able to maneuver around. Knight e2 could be played to capture the pawn f4, and slowly but surely, White will have a crushing attack. But first, queen e5. You need to deal with that first because you don't want to trade queens. Obviously, queen takes e5, f takes e5, and Black will have even better position than white.
Yeah, but there is a pawn hanging on h6. I think the idea is to go on with queen g5, and then you need to trade the queens. And then the question is, how would be the end game? Because this knight is really so good, so strong going around. But then the pawn structure would become pretty safe. So I'm not sure. Maybe Tan Cheng is thinking about something else. What else can be played? Maybe you can play queen f3 or queen h4. Something you might want to try to keep queens on the board.
Yeah, sorry. The relays are having some issues, but I really hope that we're not having the problem anymore. It was basically switching every time to the previous game, but here we have it. Yeah, we don't have queen e5 on the board yet. Okay, it seems like it was played. Yeah, okay, it's not on this board.
We have it. This is the move, and I think like queen take h6 might be the move, or at least is the most logical move. But then queen g5 looks like after queen takes g5, pawn takes g5, the pawn on f4 is protected. Maybe white has just a very good position because you can advance the pawn on e5, and maybe then knight e4, knight f6. Okay, I start to see something interesting there. Maybe we can just shortly put this on the board. In the meantime, Tan Cheng is thinking. Queen take h6.
Yes, queen takes h6, queen g5.
We take.
And then you have to take. Yeah.
Now e4, e5 with the idea of knight e4 and knight of 6, something like this.
Yeah, that seems really good. Seems really good. You're making use of the squares for the knights to access them, and f6 is one of those squares. You really want to put a knight there, and it will be a pain to deal with this for Black. This bishop can still activate a little bit, go to f5, so maybe you can create some counterplay, but obviously you still need to keep defending this pawn on a4. So this bishop doesn't have access to many squares, and for that reason, white should be better here. But let's see what played on the board, Alicia.
Yeah,
so
because
after queen e5, what has been played?
Yeah, queen h4. You don't want to exchange the queens. This makes sense. And now you're attacking the pawn on f4 and the pawn on f6. Queen g5 is also on the board, offering one more time the queen trade. And maybe, yes, this is smart. Maybe this is the best trade because now you can take with the queen on f4. And I think this is happening on the board,
Yes, she does it.
And after queen takes, rook takes, look at the pawn structure. Well, we don't even need queen takes, rook takes. In fact, Katerina Lagno played the move king g7 here.
Makes sense.
And now you see the pawns. f7, f6, h6. They are... You're doing not so well. Okay, queen f2, played by Tan Cheng. Very reasonable move with the idea of rook d3, rook g3, which would be big problems.
Yeah, those are really big problems. I believe rook c4 was played, and rook d3 was indeed on the board now, and rook g3 indeed big threat. What do you do against it? Because your king has to move now, or your queen, and if your king moves, then f6. Who is going to defend that?
Yeah, this is big problem. I saw Tan Cheng basically pre-moving, as you said, and now queen e5, the queen goes away, but rook g3 is coming with a check. Then the idea of queen e5 is very smart, because once you take on f6, the rook on g3 is hanging. So you need to be precise here. You cannot play just rook g3, the king moves, for example, on h7, and then you take on f6 because the rook on g3 would be unprotected. So important to be careful about that. But still, I feel like there are so many weaknesses on the king side. White can maybe slowly try to bring all the pieces. So
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
maybe rook g3, rook f3, or rook f3 immediately, something like this.
Oh, I
Could
really like
be.
that. I mean, it's so hard to defend this pawn on f6, and a king is not a great defender. You cannot rely on your king because, well, you can always get run into check, and yeah, it's a really tough piece to defend with. So I really like your move, rook f3. You can also combine with rook g3 indeed. Perhaps I would want to play rook g3 for the simple reason that I want to kick the king out of there. But at the same time, if the king goes to h7, I also allow moves like rook g8 to put pressure on the g file. So for that reason, I will be voting for rook f3. Let's see what Tan is going to play.
Yeah, indeed. I want to point out that the bishop on d7 is an example of a Sergi piece. It's just there looking at a position because it cannot go anywhere. Look, e6 is not available, g5 and g4 is not available, f5. No square, basically. And it needs to stay there, protecting the pawn on a4. So it's really a Sergi piece, just looking at the position without being too active for now. And king h1 is played, meaning that probably, Tan Zhongyi heard you. And she just went with the king away, considering the fact that after a check, the rook might go on the g file. And I like that, really, how is black going to improve this position? It's not that black can just play a few moves and then solve the problems. The problems are long-term. And in this case, there is no rush. You can slowly improve your position before striking. So king h1 make really, really lots of sense.
Yeah, and especially because black doesn't really have any moves to improve the position, right? Preferably you want to play a move like f5, which is exactly what Katarina just played, but you're basically giving up on the pawn already, and it's really hard to make progress here with the black pieces. You really have to rely on moves like c6 to allow your opponent to capture, bishop takes c6, and have your bishop become active on this diagonal. That's the only thing you can try to make happen in this position. Whereas white's position, I mean, there's so many plans in here, and yeah, this king on g7 remains very, very vulnerable and weak.
Yes, indeed. But I feel like black is trying to do something very smart, so to create some counterattack chances. Now at least the rook is joining the game through the 4th rank. So we can see some moves. Oh my god, this move made the bar go brrr.
Yeah, what could be the idea here? I mean, what comes to mind is combining rook g3 and queen e2. So what I want to do first is queen e2. So I'm preparing the threat of rook g3 because if black doesn't do anything, I give a check on g3, and this rook will also be under attack at the same time. And if we look closer after queen e2, where does this rook actually go? Because it doesn't have many squares available. I guess you can go to h4, but yeah, it's becoming clear that this king is becoming very problematic, and it's hard to see how black can deal with this problem.
Yeah, Maya, I think that after your move that I find very nice, queen e2, the problem is not just where the rook is going, because, for example, b5 could be played, protecting the rook, but the knight might be going towards e4 too. But okay, d6 is the move played, which I really love. And the idea is that the knight now gets the square on d5. The queen needs to move, and then f6 is coming. And having a pawn on f6 is basically a deadly threat, because then you just need queen g3 check, queen g7 mate. And things are getting really hard for Katarina Lagno now. This means that the prediction that chat made might make many of our viewers not so happy about this result.
A lot of points will be lost, but yeah, Tan Zhongyi so far playing excellent chess and very convincingly throughout the game. And this move d6, very beautiful move, making space for the knight to jump to d5. Going to e4 was also possible to make to prepare that, but d6 is so forcing because they have to figure out what to do against it. What can Katarina do here? Because you want to take, obviously, but then you're met with knight d5. And if you play move c6 to not allow knight d5, I mean, look at this pawn. It's just a pass pawn, and having this bishop block that pawn, I mean, it helps black a little bit, but it won't solve all problems in black's position. And Katarina needs to decide what to do here. And I think her safest bet is either bishop c6 or c6 to simply stop this move knight d5 whatsoever.
And things are really not going so well. If you look at the time, Katarina Lagno has 46 seconds on the clock, 44. The time is ticking. This is insane. Bishop c6 is the move she plays, and immediately pre-move of d takes c7. And impressive how fast Tan Changyi is playing.
Absolutely insane. We see also in the chat Ring suggesting bishop c6 and then rook h4. I really like this idea to threaten to take on h3. You have to try something. For the time being, this rook is defending the pawn h3, but you can always prepare threats, and more tension will always help you in one way or the other. And the reason why king h7 was played by Katarina is to prepare rook g8. You want to attack this pawn g2, which is not very well defended right now. So any sort of threat can help you to create chances, and she really needs those.
I really like how Katarina played here. A very active way of defending the position. The pawn on c7 is very strong, but if you can create some chances for the counterattack, like rook h4, rook g8, and already g2 would be hanging. The big problem and the reason why white is much better here, that pawn on c7 is really so strong. And now rook f d1 seems to indicate that white wants to go for rook d8 and just promote the pawn. And then things would be hard. For example, if rook h4 here, just go with rook d1. Okay, you let the pawn be captured on h3, you go on g1, and then you are promoting next. So this will not be good. So again, one more time, Katarina Lagno has 20 seconds on the clock, but she needs to find a move, and she goes with rook g8, attacking the g2 pawn right now. It would come with check. Bishop take g2 would be a check. The question is this enough? Because I feel like white might even sacrifice the queen in that position because you're just making another queen the next move.
True, and you can even play, if you're afraid and you don't want to allow your opponent to have any sort of chances, you can even play rook g3. Like, there is, I mean, you're not forced to play rook d8 just now because you have another rook ready to go to d8. But obviously, as you mentioned, you can simply play rook d8 right now. And if rook takes g2, you can even sacrifice the queen. Queen takes g2, bishop takes, king takes. You do have to be careful of things like queen c6. Maybe if we pull up the analysis board real quick, we're after rook d8 right now, rook takes g2, queen takes, bishop takes, king takes g2, queen c6 check, and you're going to lose this pawn on c7. They may have been a bit more precise play along the way, but the idea is you're getting that pawn on c7. So let's see. Rook g3 indeed has been played. Rook c8 now. And yeah, for now, Katarina is holding on, but it is not looking good, Alessia.
No, indeed, it's not looking good. I feel like now the rook is... Basically, black has lost any chance to counterattack. The rook on g3 is doing an amazing job to attack on the g5, protect the pawn on h3, protect the pawn on g2. So it feels like the chances are going to be very small to counterattack. Now the question is how to defend the pawn on c7. You don't want that pawn to go. So either you try to create some very important threats. So queen e2 looks smart. You're attacking the rook, even if after rook takes c7, you can't take the rook probably because there would be bishop take g2 with check. But queen e2 is played. Now the question is, Anna Maya, can c7 be captured?
Yeah, okay. That's a very good point. I mean, the point you were trying to point out here, bishop takes g2 was a threat, so you have to be careful that you're not stepping in any of the horizontals or the verticals of the rooks and queen, because this bishop is sniping over here and preparing any sort of discovery check. So yeah, she immediately went to rook h4. I mean, she's very low on the clock, and these kind of tactics are really difficult to calculate when you're so low on the clock. And obviously, rook h4 is a very practical move. You want to keep the tension in one way or the other. You never know when these kind of attacks are useful. And the question remains, how do you still defend this pawn? Because I'm failing to see how you can continue from here on.
Yeah, knight d5 makes sense, attacking the queen. Now the bishop could take. The bishop could take, the rook would take back. And then how to keep going with the attack? Okay, that's very clear. After bishop takes, rook takes, if you take on c7, the queen might go on e8. And then how do you
Right.
stop the g8, the mate on g8? And there is no problem on the back rank because the king, white king, still has the square on h2, which is a very safe square for the king to be. So is queen e8 incoming? I feel that move might be the one.
It
that
should be played here. Queen e8, preparing the checkmate threat, and I'm failing to see how black can actually defend this. You only have a check, and as you said, king h2, and after that, the checks die down, and you don't have any sort of defense anymore. And there's simply no attack. This rook on g3 is so powerful. Not only is it supporting the attack, but it's also defending so well. And queen e8 has been played by Tan, and this is more or less resignable.
Yes, indeed. We see from the live camera feeds the queen on e8 we can see, and Katerina Lagno with 24 seconds, 22, and time is ticking. And as you said, this is a threat that if cannot be stopped, this is just a resignable position. How do you stop it? h5, h5. This is one way. After queen g8, the king still gets the square on h6. But I feel like some combination with queen f8 and rook d6 will be
everything
rook d6
possible.
straight away. I like it. Yes.
Anything is possible here. I mean, the queen is simply overloaded. It is the only defender from those checkmate threats. So if you can simply get the queen out of there, then it's a simple checkmate very soon. So yeah, what is Tana going to play? Oh, rook d8 instead. That's another way. Preparing queen g8 and queen h8. Playing it very safe.
Yes, indeed. Play very safe. You're not leaving a rook hanging on d6, even if it would be checkmate on the next move. You keep all your pieces, and you're going to give a checkmate with two amazing rooks. And now this is a check. The king moves to h2, and now checks are over. And 10 seconds on the clock for Katerina Lagno.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
we see
yeah,
4 seconds on the clock,
much.
3 seconds, and she's resigning.
She resigned. Yeah, what a game played by Tan Zhongyi. What a way to win the first game in this match and set the tone that this is going to be a very, very exciting match.
Wow, I'm very, very impressed. And I think that we can really think about what was the most important point in this game. Okay, let's have a look first at the current score. Here we see that we have 4 rapid games, and the first just ended with a win for Tan Zhongyi. 3 more rapid games to go, and if needed, if the score would be still equal, we will have blitz games and then sudden death until the end of this match. Anna-Maja, what do you think was the critical moment in this position? In the meantime, you find it. I want to say that time management was super, super important here. And I feel like Tan Zhongyi won this game because of how well she managed her time. And Katerina Lagno needs to change this, because we saw that the position was balanced. But then in the critical moment, while Katerina Lagno had to play moves fast, Tan Zhongyi had the time to sit tight, think about the next move, and try to do the best move in critical moments. I feel like this was a critical moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, White got a very nice position early on, and Tan was able to convert this to a completely winning position after the move d6. That was such a beautiful move, making space for the knights to go to d5, and the rest is history. It was so well played by Tan. Her attack was crushing, and there was nothing Katarina could do about it. And we'll have to see in the next game how Katarina will come back from this. At least she'll be playing with the white pieces next, but there's still 3 games ahead of her, so she can still come back from this. And I'm really looking forward to see how she will decide to continue next.
Yes, indeed. I think we will see some battle. Katerina Lagno is coming back with game two with the white pieces, and she's there because she wants to use her chances. So uh, I'm just excited about what is coming next. Three more games to see. FIDE women's candidates tie-break moment. We will be back after a short break. And welcome back to the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates. We are at the quarterfinals tiebreaks rapid game 2. My name is Alessia Santeramo, Women FIDE Master, and my co-host is Anna Maya, Women International Master from the Netherlands.
Yes, Alessia, today we have the tie breaks. The match between Katerina Lagno and Tan Jung-gi ended in the 2-2 tie in the classical part. Today we have the tie break, which means rapid and potentially blitz. We never know. But first, 4 games of rapid in 15 plus 10 time control. And here we see the standings right now. In the first game, Tan Jung-gi won very convincingly. What do you say? What do you have to say about the first game, Alessia?
Wow, it was impressive. Tan Jung-gi had an amazing time management. She had a good position, good preparation. Middle game was equal until one point when she had the possibility to make the king side weak, and she kept with an attack. Impressive move d6, opening up file, giving possibility to all the pieces, the knight, the queen, and the 2 rooks. And at the end, we saw an amazing checkmate with 2 rooks and a queen. So impressive way, really well played. How you should play in rapid game. Fast, good, with preparation, and then with energy when the critical moment happens. I'm super impressed by how she did. But now is Katerina Lagno with the white pieces, where she will try to come back. Let's see how she will prepare the white pieces. And I'm sure that she will try to strike back right now.
Yeah, that was a very exciting game we just saw. Now, Katerina Lagno is playing with the white pieces, and we saw in the classical games, the games went to a Sicilian. First, we saw the Sicilian where bishop b5 happened after the move d6, and we also, the other Sicilians, we saw that the game went to a Sicilian dragon, which was a surprise for Katerina Lagno. So, do you think we will see a repetition of those openings, or will the players decide to go for something else?
That's a good question. I feel like Katerina Lagno is a very e4 player, so I expect e4 to happen. And also I expect c5. You might say with being a pawn ahead, okay, c5 is on the board. As Tan Jung-gi has an extra point on the score right now, she might go also with some e5 solid, but usually the best thing is to go for something that you are comfortable with. And here we go. The Sicilian with knight c6, Russell Lima with bishop b5. This game, this opening has been played so much in the match between Carson and Caruana in 2016 in London. And now we see it again. Will White take on c6 or not? This is what happened in that match. Well, it was not 2016, it was 2018 probably.
Yeah, I mean, this opening is pretty solid. It's one of the solid approaches. And basically, the idea is that typically white sacrifices the bishop pair, but in return, black gets really vulnerable pawn structure. And it is always really hard for black to deal with such positions because those weaknesses remain weaknesses for almost the entire game. You have a permanent problem that you need to deal with. And those bishops, since it's a relatively close position, it's really difficult for this bishop to really shine. So you really have to be careful here. Yeah, obviously you don't have to take on c6 right away. There's many ways to deal with this position, but one of the moves is that at some point you take on c6.
Yes, actually there are 2 approaches. The most played is to take on c6 and then go with the you have a safer pawn structure. Black has the bishop pair. Black can also go for e5, so control the center. Another approach, which I kind of feel that this is what Katerina Lagno is going for, is to keep the possibility to play bishop a4 and bishop c2, keeping the bishop alive. And this would be a bit in style of the Spanish. You keep that bishop, and in this position, it really might look like a Spanish, because at some point, black will play the move e5. So it could really be a similar structure. Now d4 is on the board. It's super strange that there was d3 first and now d4. I think there is a concrete reason. Now the pawn on e4 is temporarily hanging, but you need always to look for moves like d5.
Right, and so Black played the move short castle, but if we quickly look at this position before short castle, this is a very thematic tactic that White allows a capture to happen, and there are moves like d5 and queen a4, but I believe the correct approach here would be queen a4 to attack the knight on c6 and then continue with d5. And not only are you attacking this knight on c6, but also this knight on e4, and it becomes really difficult to defend the knights. You'll at least lose one of the pieces. So this is a really famous tactic. Typically, it's much easier, much more straightforward, but it's a bit more sophisticated way. And for that reason, the short castle was played. This pawn is not hanging. So, well, maybe it is right now. So you have to defend it.
Well, but a normal move like rook e1 can be played.
Yep.
And then what White does in this structure is very typical. White doesn't wants to push on d4, but just when the pawn is on c3. Because in the Sicilian, the open Sicilian, after c take d4, White is always taking with the knight. Instead, in all these lines like Rossolimo, or like we saw in game 2 of this match, we saw the Moscow variation with bishop b5. You always want to push on d4, but before you play c3, so you will have a very strong center. This is another story because the pawn on d4 has been pushed on d5, the knight is kicked back on b8, and now rook e1 is played. It feels like White is really trying to have control over the center, and now has also a space advantage.
Right, and one of the ideas here for White is to start attacking on the king side. However, it may be a little bit difficult to do so because this bishop on g7 is a very good defender. So we have to see how the players will develop their pieces. But for the time being, it would make sense to develop this knight all the way to g3 or e3. But now first, e6 that you need to deal with. How would you respond to this?
Well, there are so many ways to respond to this move. You could even think about playing the move c4 at some point, with the idea of develop the knight directly on c3. So this would look like some structure, Benoni structure. But also your plan, knight d2, knight f1. I think like that is just very important that you start to develop your pieces on the queen side. And now knight d2 leaves the pawn on d5 hanging. Because the pawn is attacked twice, and with the knight on d2, you are blocking the queen from defending the pawn on d5. So maybe it's not the right moment. You don't want to take on e6, because then black might take also with the pawn, with the f pawn, and then have a very strong center, the f file, as you're pointing out. So you typically want to leave the pawn on d5. C4 could be a move. Maybe knight a3 could be a move. Typically, you don't go out too early with the bishop on c1, because that bishop is not clear where is really well placed. Sometimes it's on f4, sometimes it's on g5, but you don't want to commit too early. So h3 could also be a move that is played, because mostly in the Benoni structure, black has really few space. Look at the pieces on the queen side. The knight and the bishop can go just to d7, right? The knight on b8 and the bishop are sharing that square. There is where they will develop. So mostly, black is really happy to take on d5 and then to play bishop g4 and to give the light square bishop for the knight on f3. So that the knight on b8 has an easy way to develop without blocking the bishop on c8, knight d7. So I think h3 could also be a move played here. It looks strange, oh my god. White has still all the pieces on the queen side and plays a waiting move, but has a clear reason.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Great analysis of the position right now. And h3 has indeed been played. You guessed that very well. This bishop indeed wants to go to g4 at one point. And yeah, this bishop may not be one of the best pieces in the position, so trading it for a knight could be beneficial. And it's always a very useful move to play h3 to give your king some loft, to there's always different types of ways to start attacking. Maybe now g4 would be a bit premature, but you can always consider such moves at some point. If you get your bishop out, for example, to g5, play queen d2, bishop h6. There's all sorts of ideas like that. So let's see what Tan will decide to do here. Will she capture the pawn? It seems like she did.
Yes. And I wanted to point out one thing. We started with e4. and then it was a Sicilian. And now this structure reminds really a Benoni structure, which is an opening that arises after the move 1d4. And this shows that most of the time in chess is really beneficial to study structure rather than openings, because like this, you're able to recognize plans according to how the pawns are placed in the center of the board usually. And so very useful rather than to study theoretical move 50 moves in a row. Go for the structure, study the plans. Now what is happening is black is expanding on the queen side, move b5, bishop b7 has been played, the pawn on d4 is under pressure, and this is like a bit the dream that you want with black, because mostly you have few space. Instead now the bishop on b7 is doing amazing, attacking the pawn on d5. The move c4 cannot be played because the pawn can just be captured by the pawn on b5. Also, that bishop on b7 is so well placed. It's multitasking, protecting the rook on b8 too. So a take b5 is not really a problem. And bishop g5 is the move played, pinning the knight so that the knight cannot capture the pawn. But now the question is, what is happening after h6?
Yeah, indeed. You always have to keep in mind such moves because after bishop h4, g5 will be played, and you don't want to sacrifice just yet. I would say that's not worth it, given the fact that this bishop on g7 is an extremely good defender of the king on g8. So I believe that after h6, bishop takes f6 will be played. And this may look a bit strange because you're giving up the bishop pair, and this bishop actually could be a really strong piece. But it's for the simple reason that after bishop takes f6, a takes b5. It's a free pawn. But after knight bd7, Tan is allowing a takes b5. Interesting to see.
Yeah, indeed, this is very interesting, but maybe she's giving up the pawn on b5, but she says, I will take the pawn on d5, because maybe you can play with tempo the move queen b6. And then you're attacking the bishop on b5, and probably this should be enough. I mean, still you have to think about what if bishop take d7. But I feel like at the end, white is left with many weakness. The pawn on b2 would be weak, the pawn on d5 would be weak, and black as well would have very active pieces. So probably this is the tactical reason behind the move knight bd7. And if the pawn on b5 cannot be captured, I really love this move. Because now you can play h6 next move, and then after bishop take f6, you take with the knight. And now, really, you have all your pieces so well placed. The pawn on d5 is under serious attack, and all the pieces are super active, having a purpose. And not just in life, but also in chess, having a purpose is important.
Absolutely. And I think one of the reasons is one of the moves to defend this against the move h6 is to simply play queen d2 or maybe queen c1. It's debatable which move is better, but let's say queen d2. You'd stop the pawn from moving to h6 altogether, and potentially you are shifting your plan to play bishop h6, and this bishop will be here for a longer time. So I'm curious to see what Katrina will go for, but I do have to admit that once you play queen d2, you are letting go of this pawn, and this move knight from b8 to d7 is so strong for the simple reason, as you mentioned, that after bishop takes f6, there's knight takes f6, and this is why this pawn will be able to be captured. So how do you defend this? Because if you lose this pawn, it's a really important pawn, keeping the position together and making it difficult for black. But it seems like black is actually holding on here.
Yes, indeed. I think as a general rule, you don't want to exchange many pieces. Now what happened is rook was exchanged. But maybe you can put pressure with knight a3 even, and you put pressure on the pawn on b5. I don't see how you're going to protect the pawn on d5. Maybe c4 can be played, but it's not enough. You can just take on b4, and then bishop takes, and the pawn is protected just twice, but attacked 3 times. So I feel like the pawn on d5 will be exchanged for the pawn on b5, and this means that black resolved pretty much of the problems in this position, because the pawn on d5 gives white more space, right? And if that pawn disappears, not only black has more control over the center, but also has no problem anymore about the space. So do you see any way to defend the pawn to stick? Because that would be really, really important for white.
Yeah, I want to try to include that, let's say knight takes and we try to trade this knight on d5 and after bishop takes, there are ideas of bishop e7. It's slightly difficult to actually make this happen, so maybe one of the moves that we could consider is the move c4, and after b takes c4, let's say knight c3, and after knight takes d5, we take with the knight, bishop takes, and then some bishop e7 type of move. Because bishop e7 is attacking the rook on f8, and you're also threatening to take on d6. So like this, you may be able to consolidate, and it's not a great trade to trade your d5 pawn for the d6 pawn, but white doesn't really have much choice. I mean, this pawn is simply disappearing. It's attacked so many times, and Katerina decided to capture this pawn first. Which makes sense because after bishop takes d5, you do still have the move c4. Okay, she played something else.
Yeah, I think like the move c4, the problem of the move c4 is that b2 will be hanging at the end. And the bishop on g7 after the knight goes away from f6 will be hanging. And then all your points disappears on the queen side. And if you don't have pawns anymore, then it's a problem. So that's why probably c4 will not happen. And white will try to actually counterattack with the bishop on counterattack the bishop on g7 with the pawn structure b2 c3 that is like a shield against that bishop. So maybe we see something different here, a position where the pawn on d5 is gone, and maybe white can still try to go with the ideas that you pointed out with bishop e7 if the knight moves, or with bishop f4, attacking directly the pawn on d7, which is right now a bit weak. It's not protected by any piece, and is on an open file, semi-open file, so it can be attacked. So I can imagine moves like bishop f4, knight c4. This could be moves that are putting pressure. Of course, need to be careful about the knight on f3. There is a very important, very strong bishop on the long diagonal. The bishop on d5 is a monster, and it's not so easy to keep going. I feel like Tan Shanqi one more time equalized really very well, and she has more time on the clock. So again, Katerina Lagno is in a very tough position.
Right. Currently, I would say the threat is bishop takes d7, so that you automatically remove the knight from f6, and you want to play bishop e7. So Tan needs to find something against it. It's quite a big threat, but it's safe to say that you don't have to worry too much about it because you can play a simple move like queen b8, simply defend the pawn on d6, and it's relatively easy to defend this pawn for black. And they have so much control now with this bishop on d5. It's a very strong piece. Typically, the bishop doesn't have so much space, and especially because of the pawn on d5. But now that the pawn is gone, this bishop might just be the star of the game.
Yes, indeed. And I'm struggling to find, okay, rook b8, and I'm struggling to find a way for white to actually keep, avoid that black really gets a bit too active. Now, rook b8 is challenging the bishop on b5, and then the pawn on b2 is hanging behind. So how are you going to respond to that?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, you can, I guess you still have the move c4, but it doesn't feel so useful. As you said earlier, you do want to keep those pawns on b2 and c3 so that you are restricting this bishop from becoming too powerful. I guess another idea could be queen e2 to simply defend this bishop, but it all feels so vulnerable, and you don't want to take the knight because this bishop, I mean, you want to challenge this bishop with your own light squared bishop. So this is not looking very comfortable for Katerina.
I was thinking to some crazy way to defend a pawn. So with queen a4, for example, I don't know, maybe it's better not to show too long analysis, but I will try to keep it simple. Okay, we can show it. We can show it. So let's go with the queen on a4.
Yes.
Queen takes.
Bishop takes.
And now rook take b2. Probably there is a problem on the 8th rank. So let's play bishop take d7. And knight takes d7, and now rook e8. And now, unfortunately, there is still knight f8 or bishop f8. But if not, things like bishop e7 and rook d8, this seems like the problem is that also black actually white has problem because the rook on b2 is very active. But this could be a way to try to counter counterattack. Of course, the evaluation bar says this is not good, so probably White needs to find something better.
It's definitely a nice attempt to complicate things because you have to try to create some activity, some practical chances, but it seems like Black is able to hold on precisely, and it becomes very difficult because those knights over here, they're not able to move whatsoever. They're defending each other and they need each other. So if only White could involve their knights in the attack, then we would be talking about a complete different situation. But for the time being, because the knights are so stuck and tight together, it becomes really difficult to continue attacking. But I do like your idea a lot, so let's see. White played with Queen E2. Yeah, this is one of the moves, as we mentioned, to defend the bishop, but it doesn't feel right. It feels like the bishop on B5 is super loose. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. That bishop is now protected by the queen, and there are always moves like queen a5 that are just attacking the bishop one more time. And then what do you do? Also, rook e8 is an option, and I would take black in this position just for the fact that the pieces are all doing really well, and there are no problem to be solved for now. The only problem to be solved is the pawn on d6. But as long as white is not posing any problem about that, is not really a problem. I like the move bishop c6, even if it seems like you are nearly giving up on some pressure. After bishop take, queen takes, the pawn on b2 would be under attack, and then you can keep going with the move like d5. That would like leave you with a very powerful center, two pawns supporting each other, and the best configuration of two pawns, two isolated pawns, is exactly next to each other because the pawns are controlling all the square in front of them. And instead, like this, when the pawns are like one on the rank behind the other, there are weaknesses around. Now d5 is a weakness, and the pawn on d6 is also a bit weak. So the best would be to push the pawn on d5, and then black will have really an amazing center. The bishop on g7 very strong, and the pieces are all very active. So, okay, bishop takes c6 is played, queen takes will follow. And now, how to protect the pawn on b2, Anamaya?
Yeah, I mean, it remains a weakness, this pawn, this poor pawn on b2, but it does feel like white is getting a little bit of help here, trading with the trade of the light squared bishops, because the bishop of black was much better. It felt like this bishop wasn't bad either, but it does feel like this trade favors white in a way. However, again, the b2 pawn. And how do we defend it? I guess it's a good start to play knight to c4. So you defend the pawn with the knight and the queen from e2. But as you said, black is taking over the center after d5. And then it becomes really difficult for white to deal with that because black is taking so much space in the center, so many squares on being controlled. And yeah, it will take some time, but it feels like black has a really big practical chances here.
I'm a bit confused, Anamaya. Why is Tanshangi taking time here? Is there any move that we are not considering, maybe?
Seems like the move has been played, but we on our beautiful relay it's not shown.
Oh,
Because she
okay.
did press her clock, and I sincerely believe she played move queen takes c6, but yeah, it was not on our board. So yeah, this is
Yeah,
the
makes
current
sense.
position.
Yeah, makes sense because this is a forced move, and you don't want to spend time on moves that are, obvious. So knight c4 is also on the board. So I think we are getting the position that we were analyzing. I feel like d5 might happen with the idea of controlling the center, making the two pawns very strong. The pressure on b2 is real, and the question is, where is the knight going? You cannot go back to d2 because this would leave the pawn on b2 hanging for real. So you need to consider other squares like e3. a3 would really be sad. And okay, black
Rook
chose to
e8.
play rook e8 and now exchanging the rooks. One thing that I wanted to mention too is that let's not forget about the score. Zhang Changyi doesn't need to complicate anymore the position. She just needs 3 draws and she would advance. So she wants to have position where she can just have a solid way to keep going. So I really like this rook e8, exchanging one more piece and then playing the move d5. She doesn't need to keep too many pieces on the board. The more she exchanges, the closer she is to a draw.
Absolutely. So not only is she in a very comfortable position in regarding the match score, but on the board she has a really nice position, and it almost feels like she's the only one that can win this game because practically speaking, it doesn't feel like White can create chances here. You can still try to maneuver around with your knights, maybe to e5 and activate your pieces, but it doesn't seem like it will be enough. And I'm sincerely concerned about those pawns for White. I mean, White needs to be concerned that there will be a passed pawn, and perhaps it will be easy to defend against it, but I don't see practical chances here for White.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in a very far away endgame,
Mm-hmm.
White has the possibility to create the faraway pass pawn with the move b4. So this could give probably the pawn endgame. If we just remove all the pieces, it's probably winning for White due to the faraway pass pawn. Meaning that White can play the pass pawn on b4, then the king are racing, and at the end, once each king capture the other pawn on the queen side, the White king is just much faster to reach the king side, farm all the pawns, and win the game. So this is the possible scenario that would lead to a victory for White, but we are so far away from that. And for now, there are so many pieces. So I agree with you. There are not so many. Not so many. It's not so easy to imagine that White will win this game.
Mm-hmm. Right. So bishop f4 has been played. Obviously, you don't want to trade your bishop for that knight. This bishop can become really strong across this diagonal. In some positions, you may prefer to take that knight for your bishop, but it's in this position that you don't want to allow this. And um, I mean, the knight can become strong, but given the fact that there's a really clear opportunity for black to push the pawn, you don't want to get to that position. So bishop f4 has been played. Very logical move to me. Also making sure you can play a move like knight e5 at some point. This is getting interesting.
Yes, indeed. I really like the idea of 95 because it's attacking the queen and the pawn on f7 at the same time. Also, the move bishop. Yeah, I like 94. Very great. Great way to protect the pawn, the square on e5. Now the square on e5 is controlled by the bishop, so you need to be a bit more careful. Also, the queen might, at some point reach the f file, and then the f2 pawn will be under attack. So let's never forget
Mm-hmm.
how weak and how vulnerable are the point on f2 and on f7, because mostly our points that are super close to the king. So you always need to watch out and try to keep them protected. Now White is offering an interesting trade, the trade of bishops. So bishop e5 is played. And what do you think? Would be good for black to trade or not good? Okay, f6 played.
Yeah, even besides the fact that Tan played f6, I also believe that trading bishops will benefit White because this bishop can be very strong on the long term, and it feels like when you capture on e5, let's go move back, bishop takes here, knight takes, this knight will become very strong, and black needs to play very carefully there because it can get a little bit shaky in black's position. If the knight gets to d7, that's not d7, right here, then knight f8 might also be something you need to deal with, and the knight and the queen can become really strong pieces working together. They work really well together, so you have to keep an eye on that. And I think for that reason, f6 was played, which makes a lot of sense. This bishop also doesn't really have many squares available. Look how awkwardly it's placed.
Yes, indeed. And I wanted to point out also in the previous at the trade point where the bishop could have been traded, the pawn structure is weaker for black. The king is weaker. So there is the fact that black played the move at g6 is a disadvantage. So that's why you don't want to trade bishop. But let's go to the current position. There is one more move played. Is queen a5. The queen is going towards the first rank. The d1 square is very juicy. And even if I would say that right now, black's king is more vulnerable. It feels pretty solid in an yeah, it feels also very solid, and now f2 is under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see this bishop is such a good cover. And even if the pawns have been advanced one square,
Mhm.
all of them in front of the king, even then this bishop is such a good defender. It's really hard to see how white can actually attack the king because they don't have time for it. Ideally, you would want to play moves like queen e8, knight h4, and attack the pawn g6 because it's a weakness, but you're not getting to e8 because of the queen on a4, and you simply do not have time to play knight h4. And I really like the move bishop g3 to defend the pawn on f2. So what would Black's move be here?
Well, is not in a hurry. As you mentioned, it's really hard to reach a ideal configuration for white. Probably you would really love the queen on f7, and then either a bishop on f8 or a knight on h4. This would be like the dream, because then you're seriously attacking. But we are so far away from that. And I'm not sure if black needs to take on g3. This is possible. You don't have to. You mentioned before that the queens plus knight are such a good team when attacking the king, because the knight is flexible. You're not just attacking on one square, one color of the board, but you can attack on both colors. So every time a pawn is pushed, there is a weakness, and with the knight you can exploit whatever color this square is. So the knight and queen are such a good team attacking. I like what Tanshangi played here, the move d4, creating a pass pawn, and now that pawn is dangerous. Just 3 square from becoming a queen. D3,
Ooh.
D2 can be played, really, and D1. I mean, if you just don't do anything, that pawn is promoting. So white needs to take care. And one more time, pressure on the clock. 2 minutes, 40 seconds for Katerina Lagno.
Ooh, it's getting really spooky for white. You do have a pass pawn yourself as well, but look how far away it is. It still needs to get started to go all the way to the promotion square. Obviously, at the same time, white can defend this pawn against this pawn. You can simply play a move like queen d8 and stop the pawn from pushing, but it's definitely not going to be lost because f5 can be played, opening up the bishop to that pawn. First, there's a check involved, and oh, d3 is being played. Okay, that's another way. I really like that.
Yes, I love. The pawn is advancing with tempo, because the queen gave a check on d1, and now the queen is doing an amazing job supporting that pawn. The pawn can even go forward on d2, but I think the most precise move order would be queen c2 and then g2 d1, because from d2, and okay, we have queen d4, queen d5, putting pressure on the knight. So maybe queen e2 might be a possible move in this moment, or as you mentioned, the move f5 is just protecting the knight. So again, white is in serious pressure because this pawn in d3 is 2 square away, and if you allow black to play queen c2 d2 d1, you are completely lost, or queen e2 d2 d1. So it's really important. The last piece that could help is the bishop, but you don't want to play bishop f4 because f2 would be hanging. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bit concerned about this position for Katerina Lagno.
It's definitely very scary, and one of the interesting ideas Katrina might have here is playing knight d4 with the idea to play knight e6 and queen d7. And look how vulnerable this bishop is. Who is going to defend that bishop? So for this reason, I have a feeling that Tan Jung-gi is calculating now what to do, because she has to play very precise here. She does have a very advanced pawn, but she's not going to be able to make use of being able to get a second queen if she's checkmated in simply 4 moves here.
Yeah, indeed. But this what you mentioned, this is a way to defend in an active way. And this is just, really need to calculate. And it's matter of tempo. Who is promoting? As soon as black is promoting, you need to be able to give checkmate at the immediate next move. Because if not, black is making usage of the queen. And let's point it out, with 2 queens on the first rank, that would be mate on h1. So it's really super close and tense. And if there is not any way to defend and to stop that pawn in any other way, I feel like this is the only way to keep going.
Ooh, knight d2, what a move! Because now if you move your knight to d4 to continue with the plan that I just mentioned with the checkmate on g7, knight f1 will happen.
Yeah.
Which is insane. And is this a repetition, or can black still win? This is
No,
getting really
queen, no?
tense.
Prince
Oh yeah,
knight
you
of
have
193.
93. Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Yeah, indeed. That's really a nice move, 92. And what is happening if knight take d3? There is again check on. Oh, sorry, queen takes d3. I want to say there is still check on
Knight
f1, so the
f1.
same partner. So the knight needs to be exchanged, and this is such a good news for Tan Changyi because there is not anymore the idea that Anna was pointing out. Knight plus queen against the bishop on g7 and against the king, of course. So now the pawn on b4 is running as fast as possible. The pawn cannot be captured by the queen because this would be like very good for Katerina Lagno, just solving all the problems and the game would lead towards a draw. It's an opportunity because Tan Changyi, and again, has no pressure to try to win the game. But Queen C2, I like this approach. She's trying because her pawn is just closer to the promotion square. And how are you stopping? You need to play bishop f4.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to see that because the knights are now off the board, it becomes harder to see how this pawn can be pushed. You're simply blocking the d2 square now, and you do have to keep an eye on queen takes f2. But oh, she's pushing the pawn instead. Really interesting to see. What does she have in mind after the move
Oh,
d2?
you b6. You let the queen promote,
Oh, you're
and then
getting
you
your pawn as well.
promote yourself. That's so
Wow.
beautiful. Let's show
She's
this
down like
shortly.
3
Let's show this.
tempi. That's
Yeah, let's
insane.
show
Let's have
this
a
shortly.
look.
d7, b6, d8, d1 queen, take, and then b7. And you're promoting next move.
Oh, and you cannot
Insane.
stop it. You can't stop it whatsoever. There's no check. This bishop is not able to cover b8. And even if you play queen d8, I'll just promote. And my bishop is happily defending my queen. Wow.
Wow, this is such a good news for Katerina Lagno and impressive way to defend in an active way this very tough position. Bishop f4 would have left her with a lost pawn on f2 and a very weak king. So amazing b5, Giga Chad emoticon in chat, well deserved. Beautiful defense. So this game seems like going towards a draw.
Absolutely. It's insane how resourceful Katrina Lagno is. That was such a tough position to deal with. She did have some ideas in the position, but she is managing to save this. And okay, obviously a draw would still benefit Tan Zhongyi, but typically what they recommend if you've lost a game in a match, doing a draw, making a draw is not a bad idea. You want to come to your next game clean and don't feel too nervous about the game that you lost. So a draw would psychologically be also good for Katerina. But okay, we do have to admit that this is with the white pieces, and the white pieces typically have a small advantage.
Yes, indeed. And Katerina Lagno will have after this game one remaining white color. So the pressure is high. But I would say rapid chess gives you the possibility to play for a win with any color. Because you can play much more tricky, much more dangerous lines that you are not really supposed to play in classical chess. So I think we are far away from saying that Tan Changyi is winning the match. Of course, the score, she's ahead. And one extra point means that Katerina Lagno needs to win at least one game in order to keep the fight, to keep the game going. If not, Tan Changyi will be the one advancing to the next stage. And one more time, even in this game, we saw that the time management was so much different. And I think it's just how the two players play. On one side, we have Tan Changyi that she's just a speedy monster. She's very fast, and she also plays in classical chess much really fast, and always tries to have more time on the clock. Instead, Katerina Lagno has this tendency, like her husband Grisham, to go towards the stress of time trouble, and so she's doing similar in rapid. But I feel like that this could be a disadvantage, especially if you have very complicated position. The one side with more time can really do very well, like happened in game one.
And it's interesting to point out that Tan Zhongyi's rapid rating is 2502. So that's not bad at all. For reference, Katrina Lagno's rapid rating is 2531. So this is definitely a very close match. I mean, obviously both players are very strong in classical chess, but rapid chess might still be very different. Some players are really good in classical, but the rapid, they may not be so strong in that time control. But here with those ratings, we can also tell that both players are also very strong in rapid, and Tan Zhongyi is definitely putting up a fight today.
Yes, indeed. The rating is pretty close. Sometimes when you're having a match, or even these 30 points, that is the difference between rapid, can make a difference. And I know that we said that we consider Katerina Lagno the favorite or slightly favorite because again we're really talking about very small difference.
Mm-hmm.
And it's clear that Tan Changyi is in an amazing spot here, and she can do really well. Considering the fact also that they made 4 draws, so the draw is a very likely result here in this match, and this game is really proceeding towards that direction. One other queen is promoted, and now the queen are getting exchanged. Tan Shangi, I don't know, is the 40 move rules also valid here?
We did cross move 40 already,
Okay,
but
so no problem.
it shouldn't be a
Yeah.
problem regardless. But yeah, they agreed to draw now. We saw the handshake, and yeah, Tan Zhongyi is ahead, 1.5 on the scoreboard. She only needs a win to advance to the next stage.
Well, indeed, this is a game point for Tan Shangi. Really impressive. This game was more stable, I would say. Both players had their chances. It was very interesting, and here we see the score. At this point, Tan Shangi is 1 point ahead on the total score because they were already before this tiebreak. They were 2-2, thanks to the 4 classical games, and now Tan Shangi won the first rapid game, drawing the second one, and so the current score is 3.5, 3.5 to 2.5. Wow, 2 more
Yeah.
games to go.
Yeah, this game was also really exciting. Let's quickly make a recap what happened in this game. It seemed like Tan Zhongyi was the one pressing here. She came out very well from the opening. She equalized with the black pieces and even got a slightly better position. But obviously, she doesn't need to risk anything. A draw is perfectly fine for her. And Katrina Lagno managed to defend really well. And it was in this position, Knight BD2 was just played. And look how beautifully placed Tan Zhongyi's pieces are. Bishop is on d5. Bishop on g7 is currently not the greatest piece, but you cannot place on a better square. So it is also perfectly fine. And this goes to show, I mean, this position, Black is basically controlling a center. If we scroll a few moves further, you see that if d5 will be played, look at how beautiful Black center is and how much control she has. But she did go for exchanging pieces, and well, there was no need to risk anything.
Yes, indeed. She then pushed the pawn on d5 to control over the center, and after a few moves at the right point, she decided to push even forward. She put pressure on the pawn on b2, and she went towards the first rank. Yeah, this 94 was a very important moment. Queen d1, trying to create problems towards the king. Now, there are 2 problems. The pawn on f2 that needs to be protected, and the strong pawn on d4. And this is where Katerina Lagno found an amazing defense. I think here Queen d5 was played, attacking the knight. Or oh, wait, is black to move? Maybe, yeah, d6,
d3
Queen
was
d5.
first played and Queen d5, yes, correct. And 92, very resourceful move. It was getting really tense over here as there were opportunities of playing knight d4, knight d6 with the idea to play Queen d7, and then there will be a checkmate in 1 on g7. But in order to get rid of this knight, in order to deal with this situation, Tan Zhongyi played knight d2. And if you continue with knight d4, you have a huge problem. After knight f1 and knight e3, you will lose your queen as the king will remain in check. So for that reason, the knights were traded off, and slowly but surely the game ended in the draw as Katerina Lagno was able to promote the pawn to queen, and there was nothing that Tan Zhongyi could do about it. And the game ended in a very peaceful draw.
This means that now the players have a few minutes to rest, to think about what to do in the next game. We are at the third. After a short break, we will come back with the third game of the rapid section. This is the FIDE women's candidates, and this quarterfinals is coming to an end. The next game is super important. Tan Shangyi is a game point. If she wins, she advances to the semifinals. So stay tuned. We will be back after a very short break.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No, mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Welcome back to the 2022 FIDES Women's Candidates. We are in the quarterfinal segment, rapid game 3 of the tie breaks, meaning that just one between Katerina Lagno and Tan Changyi will advance to the semifinal. But before going that, my name is Alessia Santeramo, my co-host is Anna Maya, that will have a very important shout out to an important tournament brought to you by Chesscom.
Yeah, let's talk about the Collegiate Chess League. Registration is open for the spring 2023 season of the Collegiate Chess League. If you're a university student and want to represent your school in the best online chess league for college students, sign up now. Don't miss your shot to make history in the biggest CCL season to date. Type !CCL in the chat for more information. Registration closes on January 13th. Very exciting event. And yeah, make sure to sign up before the deadline of January 13th, everyone. But we are now at the women's candidates, the FIDE women's candidates, and we have a very exciting match today, Alessia. Are the players already getting ready?
Indeed, we are back to business, and here we see the current score of this quarterfinal tie breaks between Katerina Lagno and Tan Changyi. We are at rapid game 3. We are waiting for the second game of Tan Changyi with the white pieces. The first game was a not very convincing victory with the white pieces. It was a Vienna with Queen A4. Then Tan Changyi used the time in an impressive way. She was at move like 20 and still around 15 minutes on the clock. So it was really impressive time management. Instead, Katerina Lagno used her time and she was under time pressure around move sortie, and then an amazing attack of Tan Changyi brought to a victory. Is this going to be a chair match? I see 2 chairs and no
seems
players.
like the players are not ready just yet, but as we could see in the shot before, did you see that the television screen was showing the current time in Khiva, Uzbekistan? They don't have a clock, but they have the television screen as a clock.
Oh yeah, I see right now. 16:35,
39 or
39?
something. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's very hard to read actually.
Yeah.
You really need super glasses to do that.
It's maybe better to see in person because camera is still, the lighting might be unstable for the camera. But yeah, it's very funny to see that the clock is depicted on the television screen. But yeah, the players are not on the board just yet. And yeah, what are our predictions for game 3? Which opening do you think will be played? Tan Changyi will be playing with the white pieces again, Katerina Lagno with the black pieces. Do you think they will repeat the openings, or are there going to be complete different changes?
That's a good question. I feel like Katerina Lagno is starting to reach a must-win situation. It's not yet must-win, but if this game ends in a draw, the next is a absolutely must-win. So maybe she just don't want to get to the last moment possible, and she will try to do something already in this game. I've seen her playing lots of Grunfeld in Speed Chess Championship, for example. So against d4, she would go with some knight f6, g6, and then d5. But in the classical games of this event and also in previous events, she has played this e65 setup, a bit more solid. I don't know if she now really needs to stay solid or if she needs to try something more. Sorry. The
no
Grunfeld
worries.
is well known to be an opening that can lead to very, very theoretical position, and also there are some quick draws. So maybe she's avoiding that, and she wants to just keep all the pieces on the board. And I think Tan Changyi will repeat d4. She will try to. Her approach proved to be right, so she will try to go with the same.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see her repertoire, right? Like, she has been playing d4 throughout, and with the black pieces, she places Sicilian against e4. You would expect a more solid approach when you're also playing 1d4 on the first move. So seeing her repertoire is really inspiring to see how solid she plays with the white pieces and how what active position she goes for with the black pieces. So I also have a feeling she will repeat the first move, and as we can see on the camera screen right now, she's getting a photo shoot. It's pretty nice to be the only one present at the board because that gives the photographers room for such photo shoots just before the game. game. And yeah, that's also one of the reasons you want to be there a bit early. Typically, we saw Tan Zhongyi coming in a bit later, but she has been pretty early now at the board, these two games.
Yes, indeed. But probably this is a completely different situation from a psychological point of view. Throughout this match, she's always been under pressure. In the classical game, Katerina Lagno had pulled out a very good preparation. She was always having chances in each of the 4 games. And now things are different. She got a very important chance and she used it to win a full point in game 1. And so she's leading. Katerina Lagno needs to prove more than just posing problems and putting pressure. She needs to score a win. And is this going to happen in this game 3? Is this going to happen in this in game 4? Or is this not going to happen and Tan Zhongyi will advance to the semifinals?
Yeah, we'll have to see, because in the classical portion of this match, Katerina Lagno was getting really good positions from the opening, was having a better time, much better time advantage on the clock. But here in the rapid, it seems like Tan Zhongyi is simply dominating both on the clock and on the board, not giving Katerina Lagno a single chance. And that makes it really difficult for Katerina Lagno to strike back. With the black pieces, you would say that she still has any chance to win this game, but the chances are slim. So she might be willing to go for a draw to strike back with the white pieces. But we'll have to see how she will approach this game, which opening she will go for, or maybe she's going to play for something completely different.
Yes, it can be that she's changing something. I feel like you're in a moment where you need to do something on the board. Of course, you also know that you maybe don't want to take too many risks with the black pieces because, you know, you still have a white, so maybe you have still a chance to get a very comfortable position out of the opening and then try to strike in that game. So she knows that if she takes too much risk in this game and she loses, then the match is over. So she also cannot allow that. So it's always very complicated because sometimes you need to take too much risk, but when you take too much risk, there is the chance that you lose it all. And then a bit what we saw in the other match between Alexandra Kostenyuk and Garyashkina. The last game was Kostenyuk in a must-win situation, and then she took lots of risk and she got in a very dangerous position.
Okay, the game has started, Alessia, and we see indeed d4, d5, and c4 has been played now. The players are moving really fast. The board is barely able to keep up, but we see a repetition of the first game. D takes c4, queen, a4, check. Has Katerina Lagno found an improvement and was able to prepare for this line? Let's see if she found an improvement, because in the very first game, Tan Zhongyi got a really convincing setup, and at the same time, Katerina Lagno was spending so much time that she was very early on very down on the clock.
Yes, we have a change. There is not the move bishop d7 played, but immediately bishop d6. And now one more change, Tan Zhongyi is going for a fianchetto with the move g3. So we will have really something very similar to a Catalan structure with the bishop on fianchetto. And black already captured the pawn on c4. White is ready to take it back. But usually here white is taking back the pawn, using some tempo with the queens or with other pieces. Sometimes also the knight can go on d2, knight takes c4. In this case, the queen on a4 is perfectly placed in order to take back the pawn. And the black needs to use this tempo in order to develop the queen side, because if not, you might have problem on the diagonal. But something crazy is happening. e5 is happening very, very quickly. Wow, this is, yes.
I really like this approach, Alessia, because she is keeping the bishop on c8, not wasting a tempo by playing bishop d7, because queen takes c4 is going to happen anyways. And now she saved this tempo so she can develop this bishop quickly to f5 or maybe to g4. And she's also able to get rid of this pawn on d4. Without the pawn on d4, it's less clear who has an advantage here, because it's not so easy to see anymore. Black is able to develop her pieces, whereas white's piece, I mean, you're able to develop all of the pieces, but there's not such a clear advantage anymore as you have with the pawn still on d4.
Actually, black can be super happy about this position right now. Black already solved all the problems, and the position is not completely dry. First of all the minor pieces are still on the board. You didn't exchange any pieces, you just exchanged 2 pawns. And also there is a difference about the pawn structure. look at the queen side. There are 3 pawns for black against 2. Instead, white has the majority on the king side. This means that white will be able to probably push at one point e4, f4, take control over the center. But in the long run, if this gets to an endgame, then black will have the possibility to create a pass pawn on the queen side, which is, we know, is a very good advantage, an advantage in the end game if you can create a a faraway pass pawn. So I see some long-term perspective, and black has no problem right now. Also, the time situation is fine. Still, it's impressive how much time Tan Shengyi has on the clock, considering that the time control is 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. She just collected 1 full minute and even more, and it's just very impressive.
Yeah, it goes to show how deep her preparation is or how much experience she has in such positions. I mean, this having 16 minutes on the clock in this time control is absolutely insane. We're on move 11 right now, and we see again Katerina Lagno spending some time here. Queen a4 seems a bit of a surprise. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, as in you don't really have many scores left. But queen b3 would also make perfect sense to move the queen there. What is the queen actually doing on a4? Do you want to attack it with bishop d7? Do you want to play c5 to attack this knight? There's so many options, and it's really difficult to choose which one to go for.
I feel like the queen on a5 is leaving some square for the knight if needed, because the queen on b3 would interfere with the square where maybe a knight wants to go. For example, now the knight is under attack, so maybe you want to consider knight b3, and then the queen might go on the other side, queen h4. So the queen on a4 is a bit more flexible right now. How you protect the knight on d4? You could play bishop e3, but I don't really like that move too much, because moves like knight g4, and well, which knight? Both knights could go there.
Both knights.
Yes, exactly. I've already put in pressure, so I feel like actually here black has an advantage in development, which leads to just a much easier move to be played. Let's see. Tan Shengyi has been so fast up to this point, but now she's taking. You see, she's thinking herons are not immediately going to touch one piece, so they are crossed, and she's taking some time.
Right, because yeah, one of the moves you can also consider here is move e3, but after bishop takes, in case there will be a capture, you'll be left with an isolated queen's pawn, and that might not be so ideal. Also, after move e3, you're exposed to knight d3 checks, and you probably don't want to deal with that. There will be many trades, and if you are in an isolated queen's pawn situation, the side that has this pawn doesn't want to trade pieces whatsoever, because in the end game, this pawn becomes an extreme weakness. And for this reason, I have a feeling this is why Tan Shengyi is spending some time, because it's hard to see how she can actually continue here. She has to move the knight. If knight b5, she'll be met with a6, moves like that, or even c6, that also works just fine. So yeah, probably she has to move this knight, but it doesn't feel right. There's so much tension going on in white's position.
Yes, indeed. Moving the knight away leaves the f2 pawn very vulnerable. And considering the fact that you have 2 knights that might go to g4, also, I don't know if you can consider any sacrifice on f2 just to force the king to go wild since a very early stage. It's something that you need to consider. Doesn't look right. But the pressure is really on white right now. So Katerina Lagno is striking back and is trying to put pressure immediately from game 3 and with the black pieces, which is very important because she will still get a chance after this game.
Absolutely. So yeah, Tan Shengyi is spending some time here. Maybe we can discuss what happens if the knight moves. A logical move here would be knight to b3, as we mentioned earlier. This seems like a safe square for the knight. Are there any potential bishop takes f2 sacrifices? I would actually be considering this move heavily, given the fact that the pieces of white feel a little bit scattered over the board, not really working together as much, and his king feels a little bit lonely. So I'm really curious. Maybe we can pull up the analysis board for now. Knight to b3, and is there a move like bishop takes f2? I'm really curious. Yeah. Okay, the engine is not happy with this, but this could give practical chances.
I feel your idea is amazing. I feel like just In this current position, there are not really pieces that are going to attack because the two knights are going to give a check on g4. But then once the king goes to e1, how do you keep going? Because the white pieces are actually doing a very good job protecting the king. And if queen f6, you can always go with queen f4. The queen is suddenly going back to protect the king. And so in this case, in this precise case, it feels like is a bit too much. But if we say that bishop take f2 is not working, if we could then can go back to the position after knight b3, then the bishop on c5 is under pressure. So you need to find something else. You cannot play knight g4 because the bishop is hanging on c5. So where do you go? Bishop b6 maybe?
Yeah, I guess bishop b6, and maybe you're not in the rush as much. But yeah, white definitely needs to look out for these kind of threats, right? Because you can also think of, you can try to, okay, you can try to go crazy with knight d3 type of ideas, but you need to prepare that first with rook e8, just to be sure. So yeah, after bishop b6, short castle might be able to be played, but those knights over here, they feel a little bit awkward, right? Black can always play bishop e6. This knight doesn't really feel very comfortable after that. And this queen on a4 feels misplaced. You can always play queen h4, but it doesn't feel right. Something's wrong with white's position, and black's pieces feel much more coordinated. So this will be really interesting. But let's see what the current position is. Bishop c5 and bishop e3 has been played. Okay.
Yes, I feel like Tan Shengyu really didn't like what we were showing on the board with the two knight on b3, c3, not so acting and very far away from the king side. So she went with this bishop e3, which doesn't look the most harmonious setup because we see two amazing knights that can go on g4 at any point, challenging the bishop on e3. So it feels like black has a very comfortable position here. White still didn't castle. So it feels, look, this queen also moved like 4 times already, which out of 13 moves, it's pretty long time. So I really like how black developed the pieces up to now. All the pieces are fully developed. Is there a way that black can pose really pressure here? Because if you let white castle, move the queen one more time, bring the rook on the open file, then position should be fine. Also, maybe the move h3 is important because you really want to avoid knight g4. So if you let white with a few moves, then the position will be solved. How can black pose pressure?
Yeah, you're making a very good point, and it seems like because the queen now retreated all the way to d1, black has the opportunity to play a move like knight c4, which is an even improved version of the move knight g4, because you're not only attacking the bishop but also the pawn on b2, and if the pawn on b2 will have to move or is removed altogether, then this knight on c3 will feel a lot of pressure coming soon, not having the coverage that it has right now. So knight c4 comes to mind here. You might feel like, okay, there's a pawn hanging on b7, why are we giving up this pawn? Well, you can simply play rook b8 and eventually you will be able to capture the pawn back on b2, and black will have a very active position. And not to forget that after knight c4, this bishop feels very uncomfortable at the same time. Where do you move this bishop? Do you even want to move this bishop? I mean, you kind of want to, but is it gonna help you anyhow? It's a very tough position now for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm struggling to find a move for white after your suggestion knight c4. Maybe bishop g5 could be played. You're pinning the knight on f6. You are giving away the pawn on b2, but I'm not sure if that pawn can be captured. Yeah, probably. I was looking at first at a move like queen b3. Maybe we can put the analysis board.
Yeah,
shortly.
let's have a look. Knight c4, bishop g5, and what happens after knight takes b2?
Yeah, the problem is that you don't have queen b3. That would trap the knight, but the knight on d4 is hanging, so you cannot play this move, and that's a bit the problem. White doesn't have an amazing coordination with the pieces. That's why, from a tactical point of view, this doesn't work. But I think, I think that Caterina Lagno went to another direction with the knight. She went with the knight on g4. This also makes lots of sense. Doesn't even allow the possibility of bishop g5 that we saw.
True.
And still, then the other knight can go on c4. So I really, really like this approach for Caterina Lagno.
Yeah, especially if you get to play knight c4, this bishop will not be having a good time here. And it's really crazy to see this, right? Because typically we discourage moves like knight to g4. They feel really appealing because, hey, I'm advancing towards my opponent's territory. I'm crossing the half of the board, and sooner or later I can put pressure on my opponent. But often these kind of moves can be met with h3. And the problem here is that h3 is not going to help anything for white now because of knight takes e3. And not only is black losing the pair of bishops, but also the pawn structure will be completely ruined for white. The white pawns will be very weak. This pawn e3 is a permanent weakness. Maybe you get to e4 to save yourself, but as you can probably already imagine there, it doesn't look good for white. And black has a really comfortable position. I mean, the pieces are all working and they all have a purpose, whereas white's pieces, I mean, they feel active at once, but also at the same time, they feel very passive, like this bishop on e3 and the knight on d4.
Yes, white is as a serious problem right now. The bishop on e3. How are you going to deal? Because you don't want to allow knight takes e3. This would leave white with a very weak pawn structure. The pawn on e3, e2, and also the pawn on b2 is hanging. Considering the fact that there is a strong knight on e5 that can at any point jump on g4 and c4, this would be a very bad position. I just want to say something about the pawn on b7 because right now is hanging. Let's not consider the fact that there is a huge threat for white, for black, sorry, knight takes e3 is a problem, so white needs to deal with this concrete reason. But generally, always be careful about taking a free pawn. And don't forget that black always gets counterplay. The typical move and the typical way to react to this way would be rook b8, and then the pawn on b2 behind is hanging. So this is why that pawn is like, just oh no, my pawn is not really hanging, so don't this is like a trap. So so it feels
don't
like
get fooled.
yes, don't get fooled. Well said. I feel like it's hard for white to keep going. There are no chances to counterplay, and white, the real focus should be not grabbing one pawn, but rather solving the problem with the development. So castle the king, solving the problem of the bishop on e3, the knight on d4 that is also under pressure. So one move maybe could be bishop f4 right now, because you are just moving the bishop away, and for the moment you really don't have to worry about the knight on d4 as it's attacked just from the bishop and is protected by the queen. Every time you have to check that this is working from a tactical point of view, because f2 is really weak. And so I'm afraid that a knight can be sacrificed, and then the other knight can go on d4, and then maybe the bishop from d7 can be moved in a very active way, and things are looking really a bit scary. I'm not sure if white has, if black has all the pieces to go for this big amount of craziness, but it feels like black is really doing well. Okay, bishop f4 is on the board. So now we can consider, is knight f2 something? Anamaya, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the problem is, I mean, it looks super appealing and I would definitely consider this. But one of the issues, maybe we put up the analysis board for a moment, after knight takes f2, king takes f2, and you have to keep an eye on moves like e3. It's always very simple for white to defend the knight, and you don't have an immediate attack going on. Obviously, you're attacking the knight, but it's really difficult to reinforce this attack. After knight g4, you simply retreat to e1, and suddenly this knight is not pinned anymore. You can safely play e3 at any moment if you want to. You'd have to keep an eye on your bishop because after e3 there's g5 and your bishop might get trapped. So yeah, still have to be a bit careful, but with precise play, this should be completely fine for white.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's you need to, once you do sacrifice a piece, you need to be absolutely sure, and you need to make sure that you have enough piece to keep going. Knight g6 is the move played, attacking and putting pressure on the bishop one more time. Again, you don't want to let that bishop on f4, because after the exchange you have to take with the g pawn, and then oh, look at your pawn on f4, on f2. They are very weak. You don't have any more a safe way to castle on the king side, so that would be really bad. So one more time, white has a problem to solve. Queen g2 is a way to protect the bishop. You can play the move e3. but it feels shaky, I would say. What do you think, Anamaya?
Yeah, I fully agree with you. This bishop doesn't have good squares whatsoever. It may have been better to simply place it on c1 and keep it there. But then at the same time, you had to defend this knight. Earlier on, it was under attack, so one of the few ways was to play bishop e3. But now, as we can see, this bishop is having a really difficult time being placed on a good square. And yeah, she mentioned knight takes f4 is a direct threat. You don't want to be dealing with this. So what can white possibly do here? One important thing to note, by the way, look at the time management. This is probably the first time in a match that Katerina Lagno is ahead on the clock. And given how the first two games went, seeing how those went, we can safely assume, I mean, this is showing a sign, right? This is showing that Tan Zhongyi is having some trouble here. Yeah, she's obviously having a hard time dealing with this, and that makes perfect sense given the position.
Yes, indeed. The time situation really shows that Tan Zhongyi is in a tough situation also on the board. And this is really what Katerina Lagno had to do in this game. Not having too much risk, but having a stable position where she's putting pressure. I see the chat is starting to get excited about how things might go for Katerina Lagno. And this time really can make the difference. Tan Zhongyi plays usually really fast if she can, and this position is not a position where she can play fast. So maybe she will be this time the one to be in time trouble. E3 is the move played. I need to say, I don't like this move. We were considering like queen d2, e3, but after knight take f4, how are you going to capture? If you capture with the g pawn, you cannot castle anymore. And this is the move that is happening. It's just happening on the board immediately. Yes, if you capture with the e pawn, then rook e8 is coming with a check and your king is in big trouble. So g take f4 is the move played, but now, yeah, queen h4, f2 is in big danger. You're not going to castle anymore, and the problem are still there.
Uh-oh, this is looking very dangerous. Not only is f2 under attack, but if you manage to defend that, how are you going to protect the knight takes e3? And even if you play queen d2, who is going to deal with bishop takes d4? Suddenly, there are a million threats in white's position, and how you defend all of them? It's simply impossible. So this is looking absolutely crushing. And what a precise play by Katerina Lagno here.
Wow, this is impressive, especially considering the current situation and the huge amount of pressure that Katerina Lagno had before this game. Now there are a million threats, as you say. I just would like for black to add a rook on d8, a rook on e8, remove the bishop from d7 and maybe place it in a very active square. Maybe just bishop c6, trying to trade the bishop on g2 that is now doing a good job protecting the light square. And yeah, that would be just game over. So very hard situation now for white. 6 minutes on the clock. We are just on move 16. If you remember, the previous game, the first game, at move 16, Tan Zhongyi had 15 minutes on the clock. She had all the time still. So it's really impressive how different is this game right now, and how much time and position are connected. Because bad position means hard decision, and for hard decision you need to invest more time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that goes to show this contrast is really interesting to note. And now this king is completely exposed. You are not able to castle anymore whatsoever. Even if you tried to castle in the previous move, you would have been checkmated in 1 on h2 instead, because the rook would have to move to f1. But now the king is on f1. The king is not going anywhere. Where is the final blow? Because this is not the way to go. White's pawn structure is extremely weakened. Those pawns are as weak as it can get. And a simple, for example, I want to move this bishop to this diagonal. How do we do that? Ooh, bishop f5. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I really love that. I think like the final blow might come soon, but also might come in a few moves. Because generally we have to say right now white is playing with the rook down. The rook on h1 is doing nothing, and is not going to join the game in the next few moves. I think you're pointing out the two amazing possible moves right now. Bishop d3 check is brutal. The bishop cannot be captured because it would be checkmate on f2. And so after king g1, you have really to be careful. Let's show this on the board because it's an amazing. Let's play just rook b1. No, rook c1.
Rook c1, indeed, and
bishop
d3. You cannot capture it because of checkmate, as you mentioned. And after king g1, the crushing rook e2, stopping the queen from defending that. And after knight takes e2, boom, checkmate.
Yeah, this is just so beautiful. And it's not so easy to deal with it. So let's go back to the current position. There is a real huge problem to deal with. And even if Katerina Lagno, maybe she will play king g1 and trying to protect the situation somehow, but maybe not even king g1 is enough. She needs to, maybe rook e1 could be a move. And but black has all the time to just bring the other rook into action. And yeah, white is playing just with a rook down. Rook on h1 is not going to join the game. Yes, rook e1 is on the board, so it's avoiding the immediate threat of bishop d3 and rook e2, because in that case, the rook will be able to take on e2, protecting the f2 pawn. So this is not an immediate problem. But what after rook take e1, queen take e1, and then you try to play maybe even king f8 with the idea of rook e8. And then pieces are coming all together, and this is unstoppable.
Exactly. This is absolutely crushing. And keep in mind, everyone, that knight takes h2 is not a move. It is very appealing to capture a free pawn that is near the king, but king g1 and your knight cannot move back because it's pinned. The rook is attacking the knight as well as the queen right behind it. So that's one way to lose here. So make sure to not be too greedy. And sometimes it's okay to keep those pawns there. But oh my god, knight takes f2 on the board. Look at that, Alessia.
Oh my god, and that's beautiful, because after queen take f2, there is rook take e1 that just wins the game, seals the deal. And that could be a very important moment. The knight on f2 cannot be captured. And if you don't capture your knight, you're at least losing the rook on h1. But you know what? I think that rook will not be taken, because why do you want to give away your amazing knight on f2 for that poor rook, crying rook on h1?
Absolutely. What a crushing tactic. What a nice spot by Katerina Lagno. And this is simply over. There's nothing you can do here with the white pieces anymore. In case there's not going to be a checkmate anymore, you can always capture this rook. And this knight, you cannot capture it. It's untouchable.
Wow, this is such a nice finish. Well, the game is not finished yet, but we are getting to a very critical moment. It's 3 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock for Tan Changyi, and she needs to find an impossible move to defend this position. Queen take f2 is not possible one more time, so you cannot touch the knight. But if the rooks are getting exchanged on the e file, sooner or later the other rook will join the e file, and then white is just left with no pieces. Rook history is the move played, trying to keep pieces on the board. What to
do?
What to do next? Well, I mean, as we said before, black has at least the easy way to play king f8 and then try to bring the other rook into the game. At the moment, the knight is hanging, right? There is not any more a tactic, so you have to deal with that. But the worst case, you just take on h1.
Yeah, and obviously you cannot capture this pawn here because of rook takes e8 check, and the queen will be hanging. So you still have to play really precise here. Any mistake, any small mistake can simply be crushing, and it will turn out to be a big mistake. So you have to play really carefully here. And if you take this rook on h1, you have to keep in mind that there is still a bishop hanging here. So you also have to time this well. For the time being, it looks like knight takes h1 is simply winning the exchange, and should be easy to convert the game after that, because after knight takes h1, let's put it on the board. In case there is queen takes d3, there's queen f2 check at least, and you'd capture this rook. But okay, it feels like it's not very clear. Let's say after rook takes e8, rook takes let's make knight takes h1 first, and after rook takes. I mean, there's a lot of threats, but you have to calculate precisely. Let's have a look at the live board.
Yes, I really like what Katerina Lagno is doing. She's exchanging first rook, and now probably she will take on h1. Oh no, she goes back.
Knight g4. It's a very logical move.
Yes, indeed. The idea is that the bishop is not hanging on this tree because of the same idea of the checkmate on f2. But now queen g3, what a nice find. This is basically forcing the queen trade. And this is such a good news for Tan Chengyu. That's why the evaluation bar went up. Because now we are just in an endgame with a pawn down. So it will be still, still a slow fight, and you have slowly to bring the pieces. Is there a way to keep the queen, keep the action? Queen h5 is one move, no? No, because the bishop would be hanging.
I guess you still have queen f6 though, because after queen takes g4, queen takes d4 is actually checkmate. So you're still able to play queen f6, but okay, you drop your bishop on d3. So the problem is you cannot keep both pieces alive, and I think this is what Katerina Lagno missed. She thought that her attack is so crushing. She may have missed this move queen g3 or underestimated it, as she wants to continue attacking, and maybe she was looking for a checkmate in a few moves. It would have been very logical to take on h1. Maybe she missed that this move queen g3 was possible, and that this was not too convincing for her just yet, because after knight takes h1, queen takes d3, queen f2, or queen a1, I mean, you still have to play precisely, and it's not very simple to see how you actually saving this knight. It seems like White is actually capturing this, and maybe this is what she didn't like. It seems like it's very easy to capture the exchange.
Yeah, maybe you can just go instead of queen e1 check. Cannot you go knight f2?
True. Yeah.
You just go back, and then you play rook e1, rook e8, rook e1. You should be winning. So this was probably a very good attempt. If you go back one move, just after knight take h1, bishop take h1 is also one way to take the knight instead of the bishop. But also here, the bishop can just be moved. Yeah. And then, black is just an exchange up, a very safe position, safe king. And this should be a technical win. So pity, because Katerina Lagno lost a bit the coordination of pieces here. Probably, as you said, she either missed queen g3 or underestimated. And now queen g3 is on the board. She's thinking, showing that she's probably not super happy with the outcome of this amazing attack after knight takes f2. And now probably the queens needs to be exchanged. We saw that queen f6 is not working, queen h5 also not, because the problem is the bishop on d3 hanging. This is the big problem. And now you're not anymore, you cannot like keep the threat of checkmate on f2 plus defend the bishop at the same time and avoid the queen exchange. So this is just impossible. So I feel like queen take g3 is the move that is going to happen. I think Katerina Lagno already knows that h take g3 is the move that will happen, so she's just preparing the next move. So we will get to an endgame with an extra pawn. It will be still a fight. Katerina Lagno just lost the possibility to win a game in big style in a very nice way, but she still has a better position, and she can fight for a win in this endgame.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? There's still one move possible, which is, I think, why Katerina is spending quite some time here. She doesn't want to trade queens, obviously. There's still the possibility of queen e7. And this seems like the only move that you can still keep on the attack going without losing the pieces. Because if we pull up the analysis board after queen e7, if you take the knight on g4, queen e1 check, and you're simply getting checkmated. And if you take the knight, the bishop on d3 instead, then queen e1 again. And the problem here is that after bishop f1, queen f2 is checkmate. And in case queen f1, you go back to e3, and checkmate is unstoppable. So queen e7 might still be a move that can be played. And here, obviously, both pieces are under attack, so you still need to look out for any sort of tactic. But this might be a way to continue for her, to still keep the attack going. But it's definitely not looking as convincing anymore as before, especially because the pieces are now very vulnerable, and it seems like White can consolidate.
Anamaya, you convinced me actually to change my mind. I feel like this Queen E7 is a very promising move. I see the chat also did a very good job spotting this amazing resource, and this shows how weak the king is. Because here in this position there are 2 pieces hanging, but they are just untouchable. Is there a way for white to protect the checkmate and then to leave black with 2 pieces to defend? For example, what about a move like h3 here?
H3 is an interesting move. I guess you can still play a move like knight e3, and that way you're also covering the bishop still. But indeed, you have to play really precise here. So h3, knight e3 comes to mind. You can also obviously play queen e3 and trade the pieces, but knight e3 feels much better because you still have the attack going on. This king is extremely vulnerable, so you want to keep the queens on the board. And yeah, knight e3, and it seems like you're doing just fine. Let's see what
my God!
played. She played queen f6. Hold on, what is going on?
Oh my God, this is what can happen when you feel like you lost a winning moment. You want to win at all costs, and you want to win the game immediately. And this was a very dangerous moment. And now it feels like bishop s3 is solving the problem of the checkmate on f2. Probably Katerina Lagno, let's just go one move back. With the bishop on g2, she thought like rook e8, rook e1, queen f2, all these threats are unstoppable. But bishop f3 looks like an amazing move.
This is very risky. White is simply consolidating, and there was maybe so one of the tactics that could have been played was queen c1, and when you play king g2 you can capture this, and this is how you win material with the fork on f2. But unfortunately for black, there is queen f1 covering the check and saving you from those dangerous threats. Obviously, there's still some counterplay here, but as we see in the game, rook e8, knight e2, queen g5, it seems like white can actually hold on here.
I saw a comment of our producer that is disappointed and his day is ruined. I get it. I get it. This is really an heartbreaking situation because Katerina Lagno had the comeback, and now it seems that is slipping through her own hands, and that's really a pity. But okay, the situation is still the game is still going on. She's a piece down, but she has 2 pawns to compensate, plus a very vulnerable king on f2. So the game is not over. Of course, now Katerina Lagno is in a very tough psychological situation. This is not the outcome that she would have hoped. If we can remember the position just a few moves before, this was not what we were expecting. We were about to say now after knight take f2 the game will end. There will be a resignation. So we were so close to a victory for Katerina Lagno, and now a few moves later, everything has changed.
The tables have turned, Alessia, and it goes to show Tan Jungi is so resourceful. She kept her head up and tried to make the best out of her situation, and she basically got deserved what she tried to do. I mean, she absolutely deserved this position. She's holding up so well, and she's not giving up. I mean, I think every one of us would have given up in that situation because it just looked like a terrible position, but she kept going. She kept believing, and that goes her to show her fighting spirit. Now, I see that there in the chat there are some questions. What is happening in case of a draw? In the case of a draw, there's still a chance for Katerina Lagno to come back, but she will have to win the next game. It's first to 2.5 points, and the score is currently 1.5, 2.5. So in case Tan Jungi wins this game, this match will be ending, and Tan Jungi will advance to the next stage.
But we are very far away from that. Tan Jungi right now seems having been solved all the problems about the king. Look at the rook on h1. Is now able to join the game. I feel like something like knight g3 might be the move here. A nice cover to the king. And then the rook is joining the game with rook f1, rook d1, rook c1. And honestly, I feel like Tan Jungi doesn't even want to allow a 4th game. Because if she wins this, there will be no 4th game. The match is over. And here we are. There will be a fight. The time situation on the clock is critical. 2 minutes versus 1 minute. This means that with all these emotions on the board, Tan Changyi is at an amazing psychological moment. She has the opportunity to win the match, and she knows that she has a good position right now. And she just came back from a very hard one. So it's really very hard right now for Katarina. But she has the skills, she has the strength, also from a psychological point of view, to hold the nerves and to try to make a draw and to go to game 4.
Absolutely, and the reason why this is still pretty tense, you might say, okay, white has a piece, and that is not enough for black to compensate with 2 pawns. The reason why black still has some practical chances here is because of this king on g2. If you make 1 or 2 slightly inaccurate moves, your king might be checkmated in a very crazy situation. Queen g4, queen f3, rook e1. White may have to be really careful here and not allow these type of moves. And there's all sorts of tactical motives here. You can play h5, h4 to attack this knight that is currently pinned. b5 now played. What a resourceful move. Wow. She's basically kicking the queen out of there. And in case of queen takes c7, rook e2 check might happen. And this goes to show this king is what is making Tan Changyi's position so difficult.
Oh my god, Anamaya, can we shortly see that? Queen takes c7, rook e2, king f1. Because now the rook is under attack, and then there is the back rank. So unless black finds something crazy, this is a problem. So let's go back before rook e2. Maybe there is also a check on d5 that allows what you said before. Queen is going to f3. But what if king g1 here? There is a check also on e1.
On e1, ooh.
Wow, things are getting...
Oh, king f2, king f2, and you
yeah,
still
king
have
f2
the
is
back
again
rank.
a problem. Because now you cannot just give checks without covering the back rank mates.
Let's have a look what the current position is, because Tan Changyi played queen c6, a similar idea, but not capturing the pawn on c7. And is this a big difference? Probably not, but h5. I really like this move. You always have some air for your king, so you can always jump to h7 with your king if needed. And at the same time, this pawn is moving fast.
Wow, indeed. It's impressive with how much energy Katerina Lagno is playing right now. Of course, she has to do that. h5, h4 is a big threat. Now the king gets some luft, some air on h7, so there is no problem anymore of any back rank mates. Also, the king on g2 is still vulnerable. How do you stop the move h4 from happening? This doesn't look easy. One more time. Maybe... oh no, queen d7 is not stopping anything. So how do you do it?
Yeah, it's really hard to see. I mean, obviously, a logical approach is to stop h4 altogether by playing h4 yourself, but who will be defending the knight on g3 then? It's simply checkmate in 2 after queen takes g3 and rook e1. So what do you do here? Rook f1 is the move played by Tan Changyi. Activating the rook makes a lot of sense, and perhaps also including the move rook to f3 to create some chances here. But this pawn moved to h4 now, and this is looking really dangerous for Tan Changyi.
Oh my god, look at the time. 30 seconds for each side. This is crazy. It's so hard to find a good move in this critical moment. The knight seems lost on g3. And how do you create counterplay? And now the queen is going to take the pawn on c7. The knight can be captured on g3. And what is happening next? The rook can go to e2 to give a check. The queen has a check on d5. There are so many opportunities, and the time, oh my god, 20 seconds.
This game is wild. Both players are around 20 seconds now in such a complicated position with the kings exposed, especially the white king on g2 is extremely exposed, and this is looking very dangerous. You do not want to be on any side of the board here, especially on the white side. Queen takes f7 check has been played, a really resourceful move.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like some queen f5 might just... resolve all the problem for black, because you're forcing a queen exchange and then the pawn on g3 will be captured. We will end up in a rook endgame where Tan Changyi can hold for sure to a draw, and queen f5 is played, and this is unfortunately ending the drama of this game, because this endgame is looking very much leading towards a draw.
Tan Shou-ki made the move queen f5 with 5 seconds on the clock, but fortunately for the players, they get 10 seconds added to the clock every single move, so they will have some time and are most likely not going to flag, but it's definitely a lot of pressure. And now we're in the rook endgame where the pawns are being captured left and right. This pawn h2 is advanced a lot, but you can't actually promote it just yet because of this king on h1 now. The king is stuck. But are you in time to make anything happen here? Probably not. This rook is stopping you from activating your king. So indeed, this game might still go on for quite a few moves because it's pretty complicated, but this looks like it's heading to a draw.
Yes, indeed. And what Tan Shou-ki did was very precise. A few moves before, she took the pawn on b5 instead of taking the pawn on h2. And now this is the live feed camera, very big. The king is trying to advance, but cannot do more than that because the rook on the fifth rank is blocking the king. And now there is a new problem for black, the pawn on d5. I have the feeling the rook will go behind the pawn, and then the pawn on the d file will be exchanged for the pawn on the h file. And this is what is happening. The pawn is advancing one more time, and sooner or later, actually now, you have to play rook d2. If not, rook d5 will follow. Oh my god, I'm shocked. What if rook d5? Oh, you want to go g3, g2?
Ooh, rook e1 as well. Oh, it's getting really tense. You can make a mistake so easily here. And I feel like one of the defenses, I mean, you don't want to play a move like rook b3. There's no way you're going to play this move. But how else are you stopping the pawn going to g3? Because after g3, rook e1.
Anamaya, 6 seconds on the clock.
Oh my goodness. She played the move rook d5, okay.
Okay.
Is g3 going to be played now?
Yeah, I feel like g3 is the logical continuation. You are not allowing the rook to go behind the pawn if your pawns are not dangerous. So g3 must be the move played here. And g3 is on the board. The rook goes back on the e file, preventing your idea of rook e1. And now it's Katerina Lagno, who is 15 seconds and needs to make a move.
Rook e8 must be played here to stop the pawn on the other side. d7, rook d8 must be played. Now we see the live feed on the big screen. Rook 8 has indeed been played, and now after king g2, the threat is king takes g3, but at the same time, Katerina wants to capture this pawn on d6. What will she decide to do here? She is covering the pawn on g3, which makes a lot of sense, and now after d7, rook d8 must be played. And now rook takes d7.
Now the pawn is falling, and now there is also the pawn on h2, so I feel like the rook needs to capture on d7. Now the rook cannot be captured because it would be promotion. And so what to play? How do you stop the pawn?
I guess simply rook h1. Capture the rook with the capture the pawn with the rook, and this should be a draw. I guess first you continue with rook d3 actually to make sure that, well, you have some checks in the position, but this is looking really dangerous. Rook d3 has been played indeed. King takes h2, and now the king is getting closer. The king needs to move fast.
This should be a theoretical draw. It's not a problem as soon as your king is able to reach the other side of the board. I'm just curious. Yes, move like rook f1 are not possible because you just go with rook g2 and you lose the pawn. So the king cannot be cut off. And also if rook e2 here, if rook e2, maybe you have rook e3 and you can slowly advance. I'm not sure if we should go in the pawn endgame. Maybe black's prefer to keep the rook, but it should be safe as long as the black king is active.
And the king is very active on f4. You have to make sure that you involve the king in this situation, because if the king is cut off, it will be very difficult to make progress here with black. I mean, all you can hope for here is a drop being down a pawn. And after rook d1, at least you're trying to get the king out of the queen side, because after king f2, rook d2, and we might see a rook trade, because if this king is able to get to that pawn first, then black will be able to make a draw much easier.
Yes, indeed. I think this is why Tan Shou-ki stopped for a second. She was about to make a move, but after rook f2, you have to consider that the rook might be exchanged. So maybe she will go back on h2 Or maybe she will just say, I will not have a chance to win this game if my king is stuck on h2. So she will try king f2 and see if Katerina Lagno wants to exchange the rooks. Yes, king f2 is on the board, is played. And now rook d2 check is played immediately. The king goes back to f1. And now will Katerina Lagno exchange the rook or keep giving check? I'm afraid that after king d1, there might be king e2. And then the checks are over. So I have the feeling like this rook exchange needs to happen. 20 seconds on the clock. Oh my god, Anamaya.
Ooh, it's getting really close on the clock now. And this is a very critical moment. Do you trade rooks, yes or no? She doesn't. She moves the rook back, plays it very solid. And it makes sense because she's not risking much here. Her king is very active on f4, and she is keeping the pressure in the position because, yeah, the king is simply coming closer.
Yes, indeed. And you know, pawn endgames are always so tricky. How do you, with so much pressure, it's so hard to evaluate if to trade, if not to trade. And now the king seems like wanting to go around the rook. So e6, d6, and getting inside, getting closer to the white pawns in this unconventional way. The white king is also getting to e4, challenging the rook. Now, it would be very dangerous to play king d6 because there is rook g6 check. Maybe you're still holding, but I would be a bit afraid. Right now, if white would move, white would be winning.
Okay. Rook b5, rook d2 has been played, cutting off the black king, but at the same time, you can't really play the move king d4 just yet. Or actually, you are able to, because now, because this king is so close to the queen side, it's much easier for white to trade rooks. And now both players, okay, especially Katerina Lagno is lower on the clock. Tan Zhongyi managed to get her time to 1 minute. And suddenly this king is active again. It's crazy how the tables turn regarding the king position. This king was first very active, then the white's king got very active. And now Katerina is trying to repeat moves, it seems like.
Yes, but I feel like Tan Zhongyi used the same technique that Katerina Lagno was trying to use, going around with the rook and bringing the king closer to the white pawns. And now the king in c1 is under check. And one more time, we have rook on c2 offering a trade of the rooks. And maybe we can show the live camera feeds. 19 seconds. 18, 15. This is a very important moment. Will Katerina... No, one more time, she's not trading the rook, but she's offering the possibility of trading rook is still possible. Will Tan Zhongyi do that?
And it seems like Katerina is aware that this position with the rooks off the board should be a draw because she will have the opposition and she will be able to survive this pawn endgame. And it's for the simple reason that once white gets to play b3 and there will be a trade of pawns, this a pawn will not be able to win the game because the king is so close. Once you get your king to a7 or somewhere on the a file, you are simply safe. So king d4, and the problem now for Tan Zhongyi, she cannot step out of the trade. The trade is forced, as in you either trade on c5 yourself or you allow your opponent to trade the rooks because you play king b1. And given the fact that Katerina Lagno played king d4, she is okay with the trade. And she might take now.
Yeah, now she might take because after king c4, then she has the opposition. So it's a perfect moment for a trade. The pawns are all blocked, so this is very safe.
And she does it.
King c4, and this is what she does. Okay, now attention, because she has to go back with the king. She has to go for the longer position because you cannot go forward. You cannot go on c3. And if you do, for example, king d3 or king d4, you lose the opposition. Okay, she's going in another direction, also very smart. But now she has lost the opposition, but maybe it's not even a problem, which indicates that even if you lose the opposition, it's just a draw. And now you see, yes, players are shaking their hands. Wow, this was
a finish.
Insane. Yes.
And there we see really. the camera on the big screen, a sigh of relief there from both players. That was a very tense game, and what a finish. I mean, the game was so exciting until the very end. And despite the fact that Katerina Lagno was winning this game, she was having some problems later on, but she still managed to get the draw. So she's still in the match, but the score is 2-1 now, and it's getting really, really down to the wire.
Wow. This was an important chance for Katerina Lagno. She had an amazing attack. And I saw chat also was very sad about what happened during this game. It's very sad when you play such a good game, and especially when you are the underdog in the match. I don't say underdog for strength, but according to the score, she's behind 1 point. And so it was a very, very important moment to strike. And it was funny because in the live board, the king was shortly on e4. And I'll blame the arbiter for this because the arbiter wrongly was placing the king on e3 e4, which is mostly you place the king on e5 e4 when you want to signalize a draw. And so of course king e4 is then perceived like a move, and this would be a terrible mistake because the king is just running, taking the a4 pawn. But of course this didn't happen, so we don't have to worry about that. It was an insane situation. Anna-Maja, let's go back to the situation where the move knight f2 was played, because that was like such a great moment. We thought like the game was about to end in a few more moves, and then something shocking, something very shocking happened. Yes. Let's go back also one more move. Yes, now knight take f2. This is the move that shocked everyone. We didn't consider that. We were thinking something solid, exchange the rook, king f8, bring the other rook to the action, exploit the fact that the rook on h1 is not doing anything, but this knight f2 so strong. And then what happened, Anna-Maja?
Rook e3 was played, Alessia, and after rook e3, Katerina took, and instead of capturing the rook, she went back with the knight to g4, probably thinking that she still has the upper hand and there's still a lot of threats in the position, but she may have overlooked the move queen to g3, making her life very difficult because suddenly either queen trade is forced or the only move to keep the attack going, queen e7, because with queen e7 you cannot capture either of the pieces. There's always the move queen e1 and you have to deal with checkmate threats over there. And instead she played the move queen f6, and all of a sudden she lost her bishop and the attack simply died down as white was able to consolidate here very well. But you know, it might felt like because she's a piece down, Katerina's completely lost. But because of the position of the king, she was still able to hold on, and she was able to do so by playing h5, h4, and she got the material back.
Yes, this was an incredible. It was insane that this position they were playing on seconds. Really was 20 seconds versus 20 seconds. And the problem, we want drama, you know, we want a wild fight, a huge fight. And so here after king h7, the queen goes to f5 and the queens are getting traded. And if king goes to h8, because this also is another opportunity, queen f8 is forcing the queen to go to h7. So there was really nothing to do. Black didn't have a way to avoid the queen trade. And black would love to avoid this, because if not, the king on g2 is really very weak. But unfortunately, there was no way for Katerina Lagno to keep going, keep fighting for a win here. The queens are getting traded, and then we got this rook hand game. I want to show one move. Yes, go with queen f5.
Yeah, before we move on, Alessia, I want to quickly point out that there is a move rook f5 that seems very dangerous because the threat is clear. Rook h5, we want to play that. But as it seems like black is able to give some checks here, rook e2, and after a move like king f1, it looks very complicated, but it seems like black can still hold on for some repetition. I believe king f1, maybe there's some rook e1, and after king takes, okay,
Maybe
apparently
G2.
it's not.
Maybe g2.
Oh, g2 first.
Yes, g2.
After king takes e2,
then you give check on g4.
Oh,
and then
right, queen
probably
g4, and then
you are promoting.
So this was definitely a very risky move to play rook f5, and I believe for this reason, because also the plays were very low on the clock, they simply went for the queen trade, queen f5.
It makes lots of sense. Also, let's not forget, Tan Shangi doesn't want to risk anything anymore. She's fine with the draw, so why should she go for some crazy moves that might end up in problems for us? Or this queen f5 is a very human move, easy to understand. The queens are getting traded, and now after g take h2 is a very important moment. I feel like if white is taking on h2, then there is rook e2 check. the pawn on b2 is falling, and black is still trying to play for a win with an extra pawn, and you kind of don't want to do this. So rook take b5 is so smart, because the pawn on h2 will fall sooner or later. So in this way, white secures an endgame with equal material, and actually later on happens that even white had an extra pawn, but not much could have been done, and the game handed in a draw. Anna Maya, the party is not over. We are going to
No.
see game 4 right away, right after this very short break. So guys, don't go anywhere. FIDE Women's Candidates is not ended. We have still rapid game 4, the most important game. Be right back after a very short break.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
And welcome back to the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidate. Oh my god, this is the most exciting moment. We are at the quarterfinals tiebreak, fourth game of the tiebreak. My name is Alessia Santeramo and my co-host is the amazing Anna Maya. Anna Maya, what happens? What is the result? What is the possible outcomes after this game?
Yeah, we currently have a 2-1 score. Tan Seong-gi is ahead on the scoreboard, but in case Katerina Lagno manages to win this game, we will be heading to another tiebreak. The tiebreak of the tiebreak will continue with Blitz. Let's have a look at the tiebreak format. There will be 2 games of 5+3. In case there will still be a tie after this, we will have games of 3+2, a sudden death. So whoever wins first wins the entire match. It will be absolutely crazy if we get all the way down to 3+2, and I would really be looking forward to see that. So I'm slightly cheering for that to happen. But first, the 4th game of 15+10. What do you think? What are your predictions, Alessia?
Well, there are basically 2 possible outcomes. One, Alexandra. Katerina Lagno wins the game with the white pieces, comes back after some very hard moments, and we go on. The tiebreak of the tiebreak, as you said. Other possibility means 2 results. If Tan Seong-gi wins or if she makes a draw, she wins the match. She advances to the semifinals, and we don't get any more party. So, yeah, let's see. Both players are now sitting on the board. One more time, Tan Seong-gi was the first one to reach it. And one more time, she's playing for 2 results. It's nearly an Armageddon situation.
It's a very tense situation, and I quickly want to point out that did you know that Katerina Lagno is the only woman player that has a blitz rating above 2500?
Oh, wow. Wow.
I was
That's
shocked to see this.
impressive.
She's the only person. Basically, the website 2700 Chess shows the ratings of the players, both in classical, rapid, and blitz as well. And I was shocked to see that the only player listed there was Katerina Lagno with a rating of 2522. So that goes to show maybe she's actually looking forward to the blitz part of this match.
Well, indeed, but she's really playing with fire. Let's put it that way, because right now she needs to try to first of all get to play the blitz part and needs to win this game. So we see a repetition of the opening as in game 2. This didn't go too well in game 2, but ended in a draw. It was then a Benoni structure, but this time maybe something will change. We have C3 one more time. And now, will black repeat or change something? I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how the position played out for Tan Seong-gi, I believe she will not deviate. I mean, she had a really good position. She had nothing to worry about, really. And the fact that she managed to activate this bishop, the piece that is typically pretty vulnerable and in a pretty sad spot in the game, she managed to put this piece on such a beautiful square, controlling so many squares. I would say she will continue, but we do have to keep in mind that Katerina Lagno went for the same line in the previous game as the very first game, but she found an improvement. And because of that, Tan Seong-gi had a difficult time dealing with the position and quickly had some problems. And right now, maybe Tan Seong-gi might also feel like, okay, my opponent may have found something in the preparation. Maybe I have to be careful and switch things up. So let's see what she decides to do here.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like I don't know if the players have a chance to talk with somebody during the breaks, because this would be essential. Imagine at this high level, you always have a second, you have a coach, somebody that is looking your games and helping you. And if you have a chance to talk with the coach, it means that both players have a chance to improve, but for sure, their game. And now we see a change. Bishop g4 is played. The bishop is exchanged for the knight. And I agree with you, Anna Maya. Tan Seong-gi might have deviated in order to avoid what Katerina Lagno had prepared. And it's a bit like a fight. Who is changing first? Because the one that changes first is probably the one that then has the preparation about that move. Because the other cannot like prepare everything, every deviation. You cannot control everything. So Bishop G4, I'm not sure if it's a full preparation, considering the time control 16 minutes for Tan Changyi. It feels like it is. And so one more time, she has an amazing preparation. She's blitzing out everything, and there are so many things going on the board. Our live board is struggling to keep up, but now we see e5, and now bishop takes c6 will follow.
Right, and we see b takes c6 now, and this is changing the pace up of this game. Suddenly, there's a lot of action. In the other game, it was pretty calm and pretty solid, but now there's a queen on c6, very active piece. It may have to retreat very soon, have to move like rook c8 over here, but we need to see those pieces develop. I mean, black's pieces are more or less developed, but I do have to say that this pawn e5 is really annoying for this bishop. This bishop doesn't look so great anymore.
Wow, how much pressure, Anna-Maya, when you play a move and your opponent just writes reply. I mean, knight h3 was played, and then immediately Tan Changyi went with short castle. And this means that she has prepared, she has looked this position. She went for this, and so she's confident she's able at least to hold this position. Let's have a look. What are the characteristic, the problem for each side and the upsides? So first of all, there is a pawn weak on c5. This pawn is not protected by any other pawn. Also white, also black has a weak pawn, 2 weaks doubled on the e file, the e pawn on e7 and the e5. The a7 pawn is also potentially weak right now, cannot really be attacked, but we can generally say the pawn structure, black's pawn structure, is weaker. As compensation, there is a weak pawn on d3 that we see cannot be advanced because the pawns on c5 and e5 are doing an amazing job. And so generally the position looks maybe slightly better for white, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. The black's pawn structure is not the greatest, but it's really hard to make use of that just yet because those pawns are actually blocking you from really pushing in the center, and you don't want to play f4 really because you don't want to trade and help your opponent's pawn structure. But at the same time, this pawn on e5 is defended so well. Okay, I don't think g3 has actually been played, but
yeah,
I was like, wait, did I miss something?
Yeah, I was shortly scared. I was shortly like not believing. What am I seeing? But sometimes DGT are drunk. We can easily say that. And the queen has been moved. We see Katerina Lagno going with the queen and bringing the queen back to e4. And Anna-Maya, I was shortly having an heart attack.
Okay, Evalbar, you can go back to normal again.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely terrifying if you see such moves. But yeah, it's hard to rely on the DGT board. However, we now have the current position is accurate. And what I do want to point out, once again, the time situation. I am sincerely concerned about Katerina's time. You might think, okay, 12 minutes. She has plenty of time. We've played quite a few moves. It's not too bad. But one, compared to Tan Changyi's time, who still has 16 minutes on her clock, and think about the past 3 games. Tan Changyi was ahead on the clock in 2 of those games by a huge margin, and it paid off so well. And not only did it pay off for her so well, it's just so intimidating that your opponent is playing so fast and also close to perfect moves. I mean, so far, Tan Changyi hasn't made so many mistakes, which you would expect from someone that is playing so fast. So this is just insane. And here we go, Queen C7, Rook D8. She plays in like pre-moves.
Yes, there is a good news for Katerina Lagno. At one point, Tan Changyi stopped for a second. So probably Queen E4 was not the move in her preparation. So probably now she's not out of preparation. She still knows this position, but probably is not the exact position. So sooner or later, she will have to take time But do you remember last game we were at move 15 and there were 6 minutes on the clock for Tan Changyi and 9 minutes for Katarina Lagno. One game later, here we have a completely different situation. Tan Changyi with a huge preparation and Katarina Lagno one more time under time pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, and that goes to show it is possible to defeat Tan Zhongyi. I mean, if your opponent is crushing you so much, it becomes hard to believe that you're actually able to, put up a fight against your opponent and manage to get a win. But this last game went to show that Katarina Lagno can still do it. She can still level up the score and head into the blitz portion of this match. But for the time being, Tan Zhongyi is ahead on the clock, and she is once again playing very convincingly. But we will have to see how she deals with all of those weaknesses. But good news for her, she only needs a draw. So she may not be able to win this with such weaknesses, but a draw is sufficient. So we'll have to see if she can hold on to this.
Indeed, Amaya, air draw is enough to Tan Changyi to advance to the semifinals. Katarina Lagno played now the move a4, which is a move that I really like. Also, chat likes this kind of move, a4, h4. Always pawn pushes on the flank are always loved moves by our viewers. So that's great. The idea of a4 is probably, first of all, trying to advance the pawn even forward with a5. Maybe even a6. a5 is blocking the knight to go to b6. So it's a very nice way to consolidate your knight on c5. Also, you are not hurrying too much in developing the bishop on c1. Because the question is, where do you actually want to go? Do you want to go to e3? Do you want to go to g5? If you go to g5, you're attacking the pawn on e7. But this can easily be protected with, for example, knight b6. But now you are like creating the possibility to play the move a5. So probably you're not committing too early with the bishop, because also bishop e3, as we said, is an option. I can also imagine something like queen h4 and then bishop h6. So you don't waste any time developing the bishop, and you just trade it for the strong bishop on g7. And then maybe you can exploit the weaknesses. We are far away from anything concrete for white. The position is just slightly better for white due to the many weaknesses in the pawn structure for black. But I can imagine this like a slow fight where white will try, and white needs to really take every small chance and try to turn it into a full point.
Yeah, I mean, it's match point situation here. If Tan Zhongyi draws or wins this game, it's over and she will advance to the next stage. And that means Katarina needs to win here. It's all she can do to save the match and move on to the blitz portion of this match. Currently, this situation, it looks good for Katarina, but we'll have to see if this is enough for her. Because, it's one thing to have a better position, but it's another to actually be able to convert this. And we saw in previous game how things can go wrong despite you being winning completely.
Yes, indeed. Knight b6 is the move played. This means that Tan Changyi is trying to exchange one more piece, right? Because she would love to. The more pieces are getting exchanged, the better it is. I think white shouldn't be the one to take on b6, because this would help black a lot. Black would probably take with the pawn. This means that the pawn on c5 is not anymore lonely. On c5 is well protected, and the pawn structure immediately becomes much better. So what to do with white? You probably you cannot go right now with queen h4 because the pawn on d3 is hanging. So how can you go? You can even consider about going with knight a3. It's a bit crazy. Because you're really going back, and the idea is knight b5. But what else, Anamaya? Could we find a way not to exchange that knight?
Well, it's interesting because typically you don't want to trade the pieces here. You want to keep the piece on the board. But I'm curious, Is knight takes e5 a move we can consider? Because at first sight, you might feel like, okay, I'm trading a lot of pieces here. Knight takes e5, bishop takes, and after queen takes e5, rook takes e5, rook takes d3. But then the pawn e7 is hanging, and you need to calculate this precisely. And as I'm analyzing this position, it is actually on the board. Oh, wow, they played it really quickly.
Yeah. I saw so many hands going up and forward, and it was so crazy. While you were saying this, we are getting to this position. It was really lots of moves, but we got this. So what is happening right now? It's white to move, and there is a pawn on e7 that is under attack. Material is equal. We got lots of pieces exchanged, but I like white chances here because really c5 is vulnerable. E7 is vulnerable. A5 is something that might happen. Bishop e3 really helps to attack one more time. The pawn on c5. So I really like white chances here.
Yeah, me too. And you might feel concerned about a move like rook d1 check, pinning that bishop and making it difficult for white to develop the pieces on the queen side. But for the time being, black cannot so easily reinforce an attack on this bishop. And also, just in case, you always have b3, bishop b2, so you will not lose material that easily. And you have to figure out first what to do with those weaknesses. But okay, it's white's turn first, and white needs to decide, do you want to take on e7 right away, or do you maybe want to develop your bishop first, play bishop e3 and reinforce the attack on that pawn on c5? There are a few moves that you need to consider with the white pieces, and I think now is the time indeed to calculate which one is better, because Katarina has 8 minutes on the clock, and it might feel like it's a very little time against Tan Zhongyi's 14 minutes, but this is a critical situation. If Katarina is able to gain advantage out of this, she will be able to finish it off, as she's 8 minutes is plenty of time still.
Yeah, indeed, and many pieces got exchanged. We are in an endgame, so it's possible now to spend some time. I have the feeling that bishop e3 is the safer approach, because on one side, you are avoiding rook d1 check, which is something that you don't want to happen, because your bishop and your rook will be stuck there for a while. And bishop e6 is not capturing the pawn on e7 immediately, but two pawns are under attack. The pawn on e7 is still hanging, and now also the pawn on c5 is hanging. I don't see a way for black to defend them both. Maybe knight c4 is a move that that black might want to play, and after rook take e7, you take the bishop, or you can take the pawn even on b2, but probably you go for the rook endgame. And again, we know rook endgames are always very drawish. They have this tendency to go for a draw, even if one side has an extra pawn. So that's why Katarina Lagno is spending time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And what is interesting to point out in the chat, there is a discussion going on about the moves possible in this situation. Another move that's interesting is a5. a5 attacking the knight first, because it's not really able to defend the pawn e7. Well, actually, there's knight d5, but at least you have c4. But I do have to admit, it looks a bit shaky, and black does get a lot of play if the knight is able to get closer all the way to b4 especially. It's not very clear if white will still have the advantage. So this is a critical situation, a critical position. What will Katarina do here? She's down to 6 minutes now. This is the moment she needs to spend time on indeed. And the main moves, rook takes e7, bishop e3, they come to mind. But I'm not a huge fan of bishop e3 for the simple reason that there's knight c4. Maybe we analyze rook takes e7 a bit more thoroughly, because we're afraid of the move rook d1 check. And after rook d1 check, king h2 is forced. What is next? Because this is a little bit annoying. What would you play here, Alessia?
Oh, that's a good question. You really need to think how you solve the problem of your pieces. b3, bishop b2 looks like one very logical idea. I don't know how much you need to hurry here. If you can even think about taking the pawn on a7. Of course, now let's not forget the pawn on a4 is hanging. Knight take a4 is possible. So you need to do something to protect. And both moves, b3 or rook take a7, are doing something about this. I feel like the sooner you solve the problem and the better it is. So probably I would go with b3. But again, a very concrete situation, because if you calculate that after rook take a7, you can solve the problem in time, then you will have 2 extra pawns, and then you should all the way take the second pawn. I think we have a move, so we should see.
Yeah, it's
And-
actually on the board. Actually, in a different way. King f1 has been played instead. Ooh, she
wow.
did not capture the pawn on e7. It would have been very interesting to see that, but rook d1 has been played after this, and now king e2. So you're challenging this rook on d1. Either the rook goes back, or the rook will be defended by the other rook. Both moves seem perfectly fine. Oh, rook g1. Black is getting really ambitious on the king side.
Okay, this is very interesting because that rook on g1 doesn't have an easy way to come back. So after a move like g3, maybe the rook would be there for a while without taking any pawn. And I mean, I'm not sure if g3 is the right approach. Of course, white can just consider playing rook take e7, then bishop h6, then bringing the rook to e1 or to d1, king f1, and suddenly there are mating threats. So this move looks sharp. I would say sharp. Not the kind of move that I was expecting from Tan Changyi. Honestly, I was expecting just rook d7, protect your pawn and keep the position stable, and don't go for any craziness. Okay, b3 is played. This move is limiting the knight. The knight cannot advance to c4. He's not yet taking any pawn, and he's also preparing bishop b2. Yeah, no, they're not going for any critical line. You're just preparing, improving slowly the position.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems in white's position, once again, is the first rank. And the idea behind rook g1 was not only to attack the pawn g2, but also to prepare rook cd8 to d1. And then suddenly you have a problem on the first rank that you cannot solve. So for that reason, b3 has been played by Katerina Lagno to play bishop b2 as soon as possible and make sure you're not going to lose material on the first rank. So really nice approach by Katerina Lagno, but is it enough? She needs to win this game, everyone. She has to win this game in order to stay in the match and not get eliminated.
Yes, indeed. You said it very well. It's important. You can capture pawns, but you need to make sure that you don't have problem in the first rank. So b3 is solving the issues. And now, for example, after rook d8, trying to go on d1, then white would really be able to play bishop b2, and then the pawn on c5 and e7 are still hanging. So this is a very important moment because Tan Changyi is under pressure. She needs to solve the problem. Is there just an easy way to protect the pawn on e7 and keep the game going? You cannot play king f8. Let's show you this on the board. After king f8, there would be boom, bishop h6, and the rook on g1 is lost. So you cannot protect the pawn with the king. And let's go back. What do you play? What do you play then? Rook c7 is away.
Yeah, I guess rook c7 is a fine move. Defend both pawns at the same time. But yeah, as you mentioned, those pawns are so weak. So you have to play really precise here. And you're always going to be under pressure with this pawn move to a5. So I would certainly take the white pieces here, but it's going to be a long fight for Katerina Lagno. Perhaps she does want to play a move like bishop b2, but preferably you want to keep this rook on a1 because of the potential with this pawn.
Yes, yes. And is rook c7 on the board or not yet? No, I see still
No.
Tan Changyi.
She's spending some time still.
Yes, and makes sense because you want to not give Katerina Lagno any chance here. You want to try to find the most solid approach and try to avoid any chance for counterplay. And after rook c7, as we were seeing, you were suggesting maybe a more like a5. And then the knight has to go. Where has to go the knight? Maybe to c8?
Yeah,
because
probably.
On d7, you would lose a pawn.
Right, the pawn on the e7 would be under attack, so you have to go to c8.
Yeah, and then how to keep going. At one point, sooner or later, white needs to play the move bishop b2. Because if not, how do you develop the pieces? But that's a good news for Tan Shangyi, because then the pawn on b3 also can become a weakness. Imagine a rook going to b7. Counterattack is not so easy because c5 is weak, the knight on c8 is also hanging, so there are lots of problems in the position. But I feel like the position is still balanced and black is holding. But we have a big move on the board. Attention! The move played is c4, and oh my god, I love this move. Let's try to put just the move b4 and show why this move cannot be played. The pawn on a4 would be hanging, as the bishop on c1 needs protection and the rook on a1 is overloaded. I think we got already a move by Katerina Lagno, so let's stick to the current position.
She took on c4, and now her pawn structure is very vulnerable. Now, at the same time, you do get to capture the pawn e7 in case pawn on c4 will be captured. So there's still some chances here for white, but as pawns are being traded more and more, you need to have some pawns at least on the board, especially here on the queen side, to make some progress. And the thing is, black doesn't need to take on c4. Black can simply play a move like e6 and completely disregard this pawn for a second. Although after e6, you do have to keep in mind that moves like c5 might be an issue.
Yes, but if we keep going with the calculation, e6, c5, the knight e7 is attacking at the same time the knight and the pawn. Where is the rook going? If you go to g5, there is even h6, then the rook needs to leave. Maybe let's show this. It's lots of moves. E6, c5, knight d7, rook g5, and now h6. The rook needs to leave the 5th rank, and the pawn is falling.
Yep.
And this is not a good news for white. I don't know if all these moves were precise, but this shows how weak the pawns, the double pawns are. They cannot protect anymore each other, and now suddenly all the pawns are weak. Let's go to the current position. Here, Tan Shangyi is spending some time. Let's remind everybody the time situation. 4 minutes of Katerina Lagno versus 9 minutes of Tan Shangyi. So one more time pressure on Katerina Lagno. And a position with an extra pawn for now. The pawn can already be captured, but that would be dangerous, as e7 is also hanging. So a very complex position. Interesting endgame. Do you think there are some concrete chances for Katerina Lagno to win this game?
Oh, the chances are becoming more and more slim as pawns are being traded, and you really rely on those pawns because your pieces, they will need to pull out a miracle in order to get to a full point here with the white pieces. She still has some chances, I would say, and that is me putting a lot of hope and faith in this pawn a4. But I do have to say that Tan Shangyi is defending so well, and she's so resourceful. So she still has so much time left as well, which will make it much easier for her to consolidate here. But it's looking like we are getting to a drawest position once again.
And let's remind everyone what a draw means, because with a draw, Katerina Lagno will be eliminated and Tan Shangyi will be the one fighting against Alexandra Garyashkina in the semifinal that we will have next week. So this is a must-win situation for Katerina Lagno. She needs to use any chance here in order to try to win this endgame. It's super, super important. And this is the last chance she has. We also saw the prize found on this event, and the difference between winning this game or not winning or making a draw is 10,000 euro. It's not a few bucks.
No, that's quite a lot of money right there, and that goes to show this match has a lot of stakes. If you advance, you win 10,000 euros more than your opponent at least. I mean, you can go all the way and become the champion still if you win, and win even more. But the loser today gets 10,000 euros less. So yeah, There's a lot at stake in this game, and for the time being, Tan Zhongyi is spending her time. What will she decide to play here? There's quite a few moves in the position possible. As we mentioned before, e6 may be considered. She can also decide to capture with the knight or the rook, but I would say if you capture with one of the pieces, taking with the rook would make more sense as you're attacking more pawns. But okay, she's proving me wrong here. Knight takes c4 on the board. What does she have in mind here? Oh, you see what she's trying to do here? It seems like she wants to stop any sort of counterplay from white on the queen side. She tries to stop bishop b2. And in case she plays bishop b2 now, because after knight takes b2, the rook is hanging. So rook takes a1 will be played, bishop takes a1, and look at this move, rook b8. And this bishop is not going anywhere. There are still some chances here for Katerina because she can play rook c7 and attack the knight, but I'm not liking the situation for white here with the bishop stuck on a1 all the way here.
Yeah, I agree, Anamaya. Actually, in this precise situation, probably white is finding an incredible way to come out. Maybe a rook c7, and then the knight moves, and then you push c4, and suddenly the bishop gets so many more square. But I agree with you that if that bishop on a1 can be stopped, then you know this is really, really dangerous for white. And you're not forced to play rook b8. Maybe you can keep the rook on c8 and try to bring the king, maybe, and slowly improve your position. But anyway, let's go to the current position. And I have a question in the chat. Somebody from chat, the Excuse02 asked, dear commentators, what are your predictions in case of Garyachkina Tan match?
Ooh, that's a tough one. It's interesting because Tan Zhongyi has showed so much great chess today in the shorter time controls, and in classical, it seemed like Katerina was the one dominating the games and having much better games, but not being able to convert them. So I guess I would say that seeing the consistency of Garyachkina, I would say Garyachkina has a bigger chance. And she also seems the more experienced in this tournament as well. So I would say Garyachkina has a bigger chance, but obviously seeing the chess that Tan Zhongyi is playing today, it might be anyone's match.
Garyachkina has shown really some incredible strength in the classical segment. I think she's in good form, but I feel in 1 week it could be a completely different story. But I agree with you. I feel like Katerina, Alexandra Garyachkina would be the favorite there. But let's not forget that both commentators said at the beginning of this match that Katerina Lagno was the favorite. So predictions are just predictions, and then the fight needs to happen on the board. And the rating of this player, the strength of those players is so close. They are all super strong grandmasters, very strong players. And at the end is sometimes also a battle of playing styles. For example, here we see such a huge difference. A player that is very fast, very well prepared, and a player that takes time to make the moves. And so we see very impressive difference in time management.
Yeah, indeed, Alessia. So currently it's this position now on the board. We saw a few moves being played, and it is looking very difficult here for white. This bishop is not able to move really. You can play the move bishop b2, but Katerina is not playing it just yet. And the attention is now on the king side, but look how many pawns are being traded. The more pawns are traded off the board, the higher the drawing chances for Tan Zhongyi. And once again, everyone, a draw is all she needs to advance to the next stage. So yeah, despite white being up a pawn, this pawn c3, it's not going anywhere. And that makes white's situation so difficult.
You know, Anamaya, we have been commentating together for a while, and a few days ago I asked you, what if you can make 3 moves? How would you solve the problems? I feel like white here as an extra pawn. So if you could play 3 moves, is there a way to solve the problems for white? So to activate your rook and the bishop on a1 and c1?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think a good start would be King D3, but sadly Rook D1 I'll have to retreat, so that is not going to give me so much luck. However, after King D3, Rook D1, I do have King C2, and then I want to run with my Rook as far as I can, so I can untangle from my bishop and activate this Rook. So I think King D3 doesn't look so bad. However, tactically speaking, maybe there is some Rook G4 move. So that's looking tough. So yeah, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. What do you have in mind?
Yeah, I was really thinking how the game could advance, because if you don't find a way to activate your pieces, this game is not ending well for Katarina Lagno. Well, she might be making a draw, but we know that draw equal elimination for her. So she needs to try something else. Maybe a way could be to slowly prepare this, like f3, protecting the pawn on g4, then king d3, king c2. I like that maneuver. And then slowly rook b1. Then finally, your rook on b1 is protected by the king, so you can consider moving away the bishop. But even in that case, maybe you still need one more move, because if you move the bishop, you always have to look for knight a3 check. And so maybe you still need to play rook b3. So maybe here white, in order to solve the problem, needs to play f3 first, king d3, king c2, rook b1, and rook b3. So it is 5 moves, and that's a long way, you know? That's a long way.
Yeah, and Tan Zhongyi is playing so solid. The move f6, making sure that g5 is not going to happen, because as soon as g5 is on the board, the pawn structure on the king side is fixed, and this might cause some problems for the black king on g8. So f6 has been played right now, and yeah, once again, how do you get out of this? The idea that we were talking about, it takes so many moves, and by the time this has happened, black also comes up with an idea and making your life very difficult. So yeah, is Tang Zhongyi able to save this position and hold on to the draw to advance? We're going to find out soon, because the players are getting very low on the clock now.
Yes, indeed. We are at move 27, 1 minute, 50 seconds for Katarina Lagno, and around 3 minutes for Tan Zhongyi. Time is short, and the move, bishop b2, is played. The pressure is released. Katarina Lagno cannot play anymore with passive pieces. And now we might get to something that we have predicted. You know, that sad bishop on b2. Oh, sorry, on a1. Rook takes a1 will probably happen, even if it's not forced. Maybe the rook might even choose to leave the first rank, rook g2, because then the bishop on b2 might look a bit embarrassed. I'm not a huge fan of that, of rook g2, honestly.
Yeah.
But because after rook g2, maybe there is rook b1, and then you are maybe losing some cord. Or maybe this is actually the way to go, because the pawn on c3 at the end is hanging. So, I don't know. Okay, they exchange the rooks. This looks very good. The bishop on e1 is stuck there for a while. And what is the difference with the position that we were analyzing a few moves before? What was the difference? The pawn was not on g4, and the pawn was on f7, right? And
yeah, exactly.
And maybe now the pawn on g4 is also a bit weak. Imagine the knight getting to e5, attacking it, and some things are not completely optimal. Also, can white play the move like rook e7?
Yeah, it's a very interesting move for sure, cutting off the king, because the king doesn't really have pawns in front of it anymore to cover and walk past them. But wait a second, whoa, we got a few moves at the same time. Let us go through them real quick. King f7 was played, then king d3, knight e5 check, king c2, and knight c4. And oh, I am not liking where this is heading to, because if Katerina goes king d3, this will be going to repetition. However, fortunately for Katerina, you don't have to play this, because the idea behind move king c2, she wants to save this bishop. So bishop b2 is the move she wants to play ideally. And it looks like she might be able to do this, but is it going to help her in her task to win this game? That's the question.
Yes, indeed. She can bring the bishop back, but this is costing another exchange. And then you are left just with rooks. Actually, why black is not even forced. The knight on c4 is such a strong piece. And I was considering that actually the rook cannot really leave the fourth rank because you need to keep the pawn on e4 protected. Why definitely improve the position by bringing the king on c2 and now on b3? Attacking the knight, but is a very slow improvement. Actually, now starting to look more interesting, no? The knight needs to go back, and then probably you can slowly prepare the move c4. I don't know if c4 can be played right now, if this is tactically working, white should really think about doing that. But again, look at the pawns. The pawn on g4 is weak. The pawn on f3 is not doing very well. This knight on e5 is such a giga chad. And the rook is also going to give checks on the b file. This is not looking good, and that's why Katerina Lagno went with her hand towards the bishop and moved it on b2.
Right, and we're now approaching time scrabble situation. Tan Zhongyi still has 3 minutes on the clock, but the players need to speed up over here now. F5 has been played, and what is going on all of a sudden? Can white consolidate here? Do we take on F5 or do we play G5? Okay, so the pawn has been captured, and the engine is not happy with this. I wonder why.
Not at all. The bishop now is going out and is reaching a very nice square. E3, F4. There are even maybe possibility to push the pawn forward on f4. Now maybe the knight can even be trapped. Imagine a bishop on d4, and then the knight is completely dominated. But okay, maybe just activating the bishop means that white gets chances. Now that bishop was on a1, just doing nothing, and now suddenly the bishop is very, very active.
I mean, we have to remind ourselves that white is ahead of pawn. So if white gets to activate her pieces and put them in such places that you can make progress, then all of a sudden it's looking very tricky for Tan Zhongyi. The bishop indeed is coming into action, and Katerina Lagno is sacrificing the pawn on f3 for a huge attack here, because after knight takes f3, there's rook d6 check, and I have a feeling she will follow it up with rook d5, attacking both pawns on the 5th rank. So, ooh, this is getting really spicy, Alessia.
Yeah, this is so beautiful. Let's just shortly on the board. Knight take f3, check on d6. The king needs to go back, and then rook d5. The knight cannot go back to play. Maybe even you don't even play rook d5, but you play rook a6, cutting the king off. This is also another possibility. And then you might have two pass pawn on the A and C file. The knight is not going back to the game for the next few moves. You see, the knight is dominated. Cannot go anywhere. Not d2, not d4, not e5, not g5. So the knight needs to do a very unconventional tour. Maybe knight h4, knight g6, but g6 is not available as long as the rook is on the 6th rank. So,
and
wow,
you know what's so funny, Alessia? This knight is, as you pointed out, it is indeed trapped. So why not just attack it? Because where is it going? Knight e1 is met by rook e3 check. If knight to g1, you will just play rook g3, and the knight has to go again to the e file, where it will be forked again by the rook. So this knight doesn't have a single square available where it can land on safely. After knight h4, I will fork you with my bishop, and this knight will be lost. So this is looking really dangerous, and for this reason, Katerina Lagno calculated this so precisely, played the move bishop f4 now rather than a move earlier, because she knows this knight on f3 is not going anywhere. Oh my God, we might get there.
Oh my God, that's happened! And now this is on the board, and so now Katerina Lagno has rook d3!
She played the move rook d5! She went with our first idea, where we went for the 2 pawns, but she missed that this knight is simply trapped.
Oh my God, this is showing how hard is this. We're here trying to find moves, and it seems like the knight really gets lots of squares, so it's hard to imagine that the knight can get trapped. And also, if you try to calculate very accurately every possibility, then you see it. But if it doesn't work, then you invested so much time and you have just 1 minute on the clock. You have to use your time safely. So maybe Katerina Lagno is also trying to repeat the moves here.
Oh.
And now she goes with the check one more time, no?
Yeah, okay. She captured the
Okay.
pawn on a5 already, and the knight seems like it is getting out of there via d3. But obviously, Katerina Lagno is now up a pawn. You can give a check on a6 to bring the king to the 7th rank, and you still have this really strong pass pawn. You have 2 pass pawns, but you need to play really precisely here because one misstep and it can suddenly turn into a draw. You have to keep in mind, black also has a pass pawn on f5, and seeing that knight d3 might be played on the next move, or even knight g2, things are getting really, really tense here.
I can feel our viewers' excitement. Are we getting the blitz pog? And yes, guys, it's a really big chance considering the position we have on the board. 2 pass pawn for white. The pass pawn for black is blocked, and that knight is struggling to find a way to come back into the game. I can imagine moves like rook d6, moves like a5, just trying to push the pawn forward, are moves that can be played. Rook d6 has the idea to block the knight on d3. Anamai is also pointing out bishop g5, which is really beautiful, with the idea of rook f6 check, winning one more pawn, and rook d6. I like this. And
Me
the idea is
too.
that once the knight goes to g2, then you can really play rook f6. Sorry, bishop g5. With the idea of rook f6.
Yeah, and you're dominating this knight, and that goes to show this knight is not having a fun time. It doesn't have many squares available, so the more you restrict this knight, the easier the game will be and harder for your opponent. So rook b8 check, now very logical move, because now the king has to move, and this gives the knight at least one square. The knight can go to c2, but with this king becoming more active and this knight not really being able to get involved and stop the pawns from running, it is looking very rough for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, also super scary. I mean, look at the rook. Black rook on b8 is on the same diagonal of the bishop. This leaves space to many possible discovery check. Maybe they don't work tactically, because I was thinking knight c2, rook d7, and maybe the king is able to challenge the white rook. But this looks very sharp, so I understand this rook check one more time. But what if the king tries to slowly advance towards how though? Maybe even rook b5, and then the a pawn just becomes unstoppable.
Yeah, right. You can try to go for king b5. But yeah, it's looking very, very difficult. You have to play really precise here. And look at the clock, Alessia. Both players are on 20 seconds now. The players have 10 seconds of increment, which means they have every single move 10 seconds added to their clock. So it's getting very tense now. Ooh, what's going to happen?
Okay, king b4, another rook check. And now maybe at one point you might see either king a5 or king c5. You need to try to go up with your king. And in some cases, you might need to leave the c3 pawn behind, considering the fact that the knight is so far away from stopping the pawn. And if black is sacrificing a full rook for the a pawn, then you are winning the endgame.
Ooh, wait a second. She's losing sight of the pawn on a4 all of a sudden. Let's see what is going on. This pawn cannot be defended anymore. And you're not in time to play king e5 whatsoever, because there's always going to be checks.
This is such a dramatic news, because I think here there is even knight a5, rook a5 check, or knight f6, or knight f3 as you mentioned. Yeah, rook a5 looks really good. Yeah, this is maybe dramatic. Something, oh my god, no, now the pawn on a4 is falling with check. And this is definitely not a good news.
Oh, this is heartbreaking for Katerina Lagno. Once again, she has a winning position and she's not able to convert it. I mean, it goes to show Tan Zhongyi is so resourceful, and she's not making it easy for her opponent. And yeah, she was shaking her head, Katerina Lagno, as she played the move king d4, because she realizes that she messed up here. And all of a sudden, a miracle needs to happen for her to still win this game. She still has the upper hand because she has this pawn on c4, but it's looking very, very difficult. And yeah,
I see our chat in tears. They really wanted the blitz part, and we were believing that this was going to happen. Now it starts to be really a very small chance, because at any point Black can sacrifice a knight on the pawn, and then this endgame is a theoretical draw. Of course, we can still keep watching this game, because even with bishop and knight, many grandmasters have lost the game. So if this suddenly the pawn on the c file is getting dangerous, the knight is sacrificing, the pawn on f5 is falling, and we get to an endgame with rook plus bishop versus rook, then there are chances for white to win, even if it's a theoretical draw.
Yeah, and we see here that Tan Shunqi is playing really well with the knight maneuvering left and right. It's now to g2, where it's attacking this pawn, the bishop on f4, I mean. And yeah, this pawn is also going to move, and really fast. So can Katerina Lagno still make a miracle happen? It will be so heartbreaking for her, given the fact that the final 2 games were completely winning for her. But we do have to give credit to Tan Shunqi being so resourceful and being able to defend for so long so well.
Still, the time is so short, 8 seconds. 8 seconds for Tan Shunqi, and she made a move, she gave a check, and now immediately Katerina Lagno replied with king c6. The king is going towards d7, and from d7 the king is supporting the pawn to advance, and now 4 seconds on the clock.
3 seconds. She has to move faster. She is playing king g7 right away. Oh my goodness, that was a really close call. It may just happen that you all of a sudden flag.
Indeed, but now she took some more time, and moves are happening really fast. Both pawns are advancing, and it feels like, do you have to sacrifice a rook for the pawns? How are you going? Maybe like bishop f6, bishop e4 is something you can play, and
that seems like a good idea.
End. That might be the end, because after bishop f6, bishop d4, then white needs to sacrifice the bishop on the pawn, and maybe black will need to sacrifice the rook on the pawn, and then the endgame will be a rook versus a knight, which we know is a draw. But I think Katerina Lagno might try to play it.
Ooh, f6, f2 has been played. I think rook f6 needs to be played now, because if you play rook d1, there's knight e1, and you cannot stop this pawn from promoting. So what is the next move? I think rook f6 makes a lot of sense. I mean, you can try promote your own pawn, but both pawns will be able to promote, and that will lead to most likely a draw. I'm not seeing either side win that, given the amount of checks possible. So now it's Katerina's turn. Will she go for the move rook f6? It doesn't feel right, but she has to play this to stop the pawn. But how will she able to move forward from there? How will she be able to make progress? We see now the camera on the big screen. 5 seconds. She plays rook f6, but now knight to e3. Wow. And the problem with this move for white is that there's knight d5 check. She can always capture this pawn.
5 seconds, Anna Maya, 3 seconds, and she went with king b7. Wow, and now
she cannot take because the king is attacking the rook.
I think it's over, Anna Maya. The rook is sacrificed, the pawn is unstoppable, and shake, and you see Katerina Lagno leaving the board, just playing goal immediately.
Tan Shunqi won the match 2.5, 1.5, assuming the game ended in a draw. But what a very well fought match by both players. Tan Shunqi is advancing to the semifinals, playing against Alexandra Garyachkina next. What a match today, Alessia.
Wow, this was incredible. Huge credit to Tan Shunqi winning game 1 and then holding an incredibly hard position. Let's have a look one more time at the score. We see a rapid game was a win for Tan Shunqi, and then nothing more changed. Draw. Meaning that with a final score of 4.5 to 3.5, we are getting Tan Shunqi to advance to the semifinal, where she will be fighting Alexandra Garyachkina, the 2-winner match in the classical portion against Alexandra Kosteniuk. One more time, we said already, who do you think is the favorite? Now it's official, it's Garyachkina versus Tan Shunqi.
Yeah, Alessia, I mean, this match today was absolutely insane. It shows Han Seung-gi's fighting spirit and also her speed, phenomenal speed. And she definitely changed my mind that she is a very strong blitz player, a rapid player, and I've seen that today. But indeed, we will have our next match, Garyachkina versus Tan Seung-gi, and it's hard to say who is the favorite. I mean, given the experience, given the performance, Alexandra Garyachkina should be the favorite. She's also a bit more consistent than Tan Seung-gi, as Tan Seung-gi was giving Katerina Lagno quite a few chances, both today in the rapid portion of the match, but also in classical. But that definitely will be a very exciting match.
Yes, indeed. And so the appointment is next Tuesday, December 6th at 2 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Central European time. The match is Alexandra Garyachkina versus Tan Seung-gi. And this will be a very, very exciting match. The start of a new story. Who will advance and who will be the winner of this Pool B between Alexandra Garyachkina and Tan Seung-gi? And I feel we will see lots of emotion next week, and I'm just so looking forward to that. I was looking at some chat comments, and I think like the game that was the most heartbreaking today was the game 3. It was an insane attack of Katerina Lagno with the black pieces. It was a great chance for a comeback, and then things ended really badly for her because a draw didn't means no comeback. And Amaya, this was a very nice day, and it was a pleasure to commentate this tiebreak with you. Do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, Alessia, it was a blast commentating with you once again. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. This was an insane match today. I mean, the players have played 4 very exciting classical games that ended in the draw, but today it was fire from start to end. They made the match even more exciting than we even thought it could be. And unfortunately for Katerina Lagno, she was not able to make it happen and advance in the next stage. So she's out, but Tan Seung-gi, congratulations to her. She will be playing in the next stage. So thank you so much, Alessia. It was a pleasure commentating with you. Thank you so much to our producer, Big. It was a pleasure working together again. And thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, of course. But before leaving, guys, we need to have a short look at the schedule because the fire is not over. Next week, we are going to see lots of battles. Here you see semi-final schedule. We have game 1 on Tuesday, game 2 on Wednesday, and then we will have games 3 and 4 Friday, Saturday, and tie breaks one more time on Sunday. It means it will be one more week with lots of games, lots of fights, and I'm super excited about what is coming next. I agree, Anamaya. We need to thank our producer, Vic. Thank you for supporting and do such an amazing job. Anamaya, thank you for commentating this with me, with us. Thank you to our chat to being amazing and supportive. And guys, the show must go on. See you next week with the FIDE women's candidates. Goodbye.